meditating and pondering on the ways of the world today. Thinking of my people Africa and the state of the continent today. How mothers fed their children today. As granny goes down on her knees every day and prays. How many souls are dying from causes that could be prevented? If we did have leaders who cared for us today. Oh, 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 oh. Zion and Yahweh. Zion away. Zion away. Africa rise, young. Every 4 years, the politician say he's your servant today. After you vote for them, they metamorphose into your masters. I say, have your say, we'll have our way, yeah. Not no strange, it's cow demon crosses. Meanwhile, souls are dying from causes that could be prevented. If we did have leaders who cared for us today. Oh, oh, oh. Zion and Yahweh. Zion away. Zion away. Africa rise.
We can be great again. World turbulence among the politics. Never hypocrite, lava. Never ever quit, just a little bit longer. Victory is near, begging to disappear, go under. Leaders them no care, never tend to share. Babylon quit, the shedding of blood. Your heart a go suffer if you show no love. Stay away, consciousness. What the God the nation if for no righteousness. Just make sure the children live.
I pray for the future generation not to give up this fight. I pray for the children of tomorrow not to sell out their birthright. Cause when I look afar, I see the strangers eating of your way. Another form of slavery is coming here again. And that's why people are dying from causes that could be prevented. Oh yes, we do need some better leadership today. Oh, oh, oh. Zion and Yahweh. Zion away. Let's go. Zion away. Africa rise. As the day breaks, I see my people rising up again, shaking up all the shackles. I see my people shaking up those chains. The lion will be made. Blood of the slain will never, never, never be in vain.
Never.
No, no, no. We don't want to see no more people dying from causes
no,
that
I want
can
to
be prevented.
No more
bloodshed. Better leadership today.
I pray.
Oh, oh, oh. Zion and Yahweh. Zion away. Indeed, yes, indeed. 1212 Radio Culture. Ago, once again, it's a Sunday, and here comes the live stream. My name is Kwesi Esonbaku. Today is November 2nd, 2025. I almost said 19 something. I'm old school like that. Still using the 19 somethings and the 19 somethings. But yes, indeed, today is November 2nd, 2025. In the year 1930, something special happened, and we will be talking about it on this show today. But before all of that, we have two solid interviews for you, as we always do. On the first interview, which was supposed to be the second interview, but it's going to be the first interview today. On that interview, we are going to be speaking with representatives or spokespersons for the Free Papua movement. I think that I can call them that. Otherwise, we will learn more from them what we can call them. But what is going on in West Papua, by the way? What are going on in West Papua? If you Google West Papua, if you put West Papua in any search engine, you get great scenery. But beyond that, what else is going on in West Papua? We will learn more about that. And joining us to do that will be Julian McKinley King. Julian McKinley King is a researcher, PhD researcher. He is also an advocate for the people of West Papua. We will be speaking with Julian McKinley King, as well as our very own Jomo Hutaa. Jomo Hutaa and Julian McKinley King are joining us on the first interview to speak about what is going on in West Papua. We're hearing about reports of human rights abuses. We're hearing about reports of genocide. We're hearing about reports of unthinkable deeds going on over there. And we will be speaking with these two gentlemen to learn more about what exactly is going on in West Papua. On the second interview, Pro-Bawumia team will be joining us to talk about some of the issues going on as we approach the new patriotic party's primaries. Kwadwo Pipim is going to join us. Kwadwo Pipim is the constituency organizer for Old Tafo, and he is a Pro-Bawumia delegate. He will be joining us to speak about what is going on in, or some of the things that we should be looking at approaching the NPP primaries. Once more, my name is Kwesi Esonbaku. And I'm reaching you from Studio 1, Texas, USA. My team ably supporting me from Studio 2, Ghana. Thank you very much to my producers and the whole entire team. All right, as I said, in 1930, Emperor Haile Selassie I was crowned Emperor of Ethiopia. What significance did that have on the Black liberation struggle? We will be speaking about that, and the Rastafari community will be joining me for that as well. That's a bonus for you. But as well, we have your agriculture and we have your arts and culture. It's all live here on Radio Culture, KULCHA TV. Radio Culture. Radio Culture. Radio Culture. Don't forget, we are live on our website, www.ghnewsnow.com. You scan that barcode over there, it will take you straight to www.ghnewsnow.com. If you're driving and you don't want to watch, don't watch. Please drive safe and just do the listening. We are live on www.ghnewsnow.com. We are also live on modernghana.com. You go to modernghana.com, search Radio Culture, and you will get you get to listen to the show. All right, we are going for a short commercial break. When we come back, our first interview with Jomo Hutaa and Julian McKinley from the Free Papua movement. I'll call them that for now until they give me the proper name that they want us they want to be addressed with. We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
Since 1994, crafting natural products with organic shea butter and red palm oil. All products are available on walmart.com and Shopify, or visit our website at chrismark.com.
Okay, and just like that, we are back, and it looks like we do have our first guest ready as well. But I have already advertised. Justice, please do me this favor. Kindly tell the guest to give us half an hour, please. Julian and Jomo Hutaa have been waiting in the green room for a while, and I already advertised that we're going with them first. The guest just came. I feel it's a bit disrespectful to just switch around like that. Just my personal feeling. Please forgive me. Apologize to the guest for me, please. I see him in the green room. Please apologize to him and ask him to give us half an hour, please, so we can speak with Jomo Hutaa and Julian McKinley about the people of West Papua, and we will be back with them to speak about the NPP's primaries. Please do that for me, Justice. Thank you very much. And indicate for me if you have done so. Please let me know that. Thank you very much. That was not supposed to be there. Yeah, we're not pulling up today. That's a different thing altogether. All right, but let's go straight now to our first interview of the day, and we're speaking with Julian McKinley King and Jomo Hutaa, who are going to join us to speak about what is going on in West Papua. Gentlemen, you're welcome to iKULCHA TV Radio Culture.
Hello, Kwesi.
Hi, Julian. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm fine. How are you? Hey, Jomo.
Yes, brother Julian.
Hey,
how are you?
Good to see you. Hey, fine.
All right. So it looks like we're going to have a very good discussion here, and people are going to learn, some of us for the first time, what is going on in West Papua. Some of us will be refreshing our knowledge on what exactly is going on in West Papua, being as we will be speaking with people who have first-hand knowledge about this subject. Before that, let's watch this short video. We will be right back to discuss.
The Papuans were a relatively small population, living mostly in the island's center. With no great cities, the Europeans didn't think much of them. The Spanish named the island New Guinea, since it reminded them of Guinea and Africa, but mostly left it alone. That changed with the Dutch, who arrived permanently in the 19th century. They already controlled much of the East Indies and set up a few small ports on the western part of the island. The island was mostly a buffer zone against rival European power for more valuable Dutch-controlled islands west of it. The Dutch ruled it indirectly via the Sultan of Tidore, and no more than a few hundred Dutch colonists settled on the island at any one time. In 1848, the British also showed an interest and agreed to divide the claims to the island with the Dutch. Aside from a small bump around the Fly River, this straight line didn't reflect any reality on the ground. It was just a convenience for the colonial powers to do it that way. After 1848, the British colonized some parts of the eastern island, but the Germans also muscled in for their short-lived colonial empire and carved off a chunk too. That was until 1914, when the First World War broke out, and the British, or more accurately Australian troops fighting for the British Empire, captured it from them. After the war, Australia took control of the eastern half, and, aside from Japanese occupation during the Second World War, they remained under Australian control until their independence as Papua New Guinea in 1975. In contrast, Western New Guinea would have a much rougher experience, as its Dutch colonial masters relinquished their overseas empire. With the end of the Second World War, Indonesia demanded its independence. A sense of shared identity spread among the former Dutch East Indies, hardening in the fact of Japanese brutality, and the thought of returning to the control of another foreign occupier after the war was unacceptable. Sukarno and Muhammad Hatta declared Indonesians' independence on August 17, 1945, just 2 days after Japan's formal surrender. A protracted political and armed conflict with the Dutch followed, as the European power made a futile attempt to reassert its control. Western New Guinea, usually just called Papua or West Irian to Indonesians, sat oddly in the decolonization process. With a relatively small native population, an even smaller Dutch presence, and no real representation in Indonesia's independence movement, nor Dutch administration, the voice and perspective of its people was largely ignored. Indonesia's view at first was mixed. Hatta's initial thoughts were that Papua should be independent, saying that it should be left to the Papuan people themselves. I recognize that the Papuans have the right to be an independent nation. This opinion did not win out. A hardening attitude to the Dutch and the discovery of oil made it impossible for Indonesia to pass up the area that they dubbed West Irian. The 1946 Linggajati Agreement with the Dutch had implied that Indonesia would be entitled to all former territory of the Dutch East Indies. When serious fighting erupted in the following years, the Dutch considered the agreement voided and had never explicitly promised them Papua anyway, while the Indonesians upheld their claim. By the late...
Okay, we will be back to tell the rest of the story. And I did, if you want the full story, you can check the full video on Knowledge on YouTube. But let's go now and talk more about what exactly is going on in West Papua. Julian, thank you very much for joining us, first of all. And just so we know who you are, right? Because now we're looking at you, we're looking at Jomo, obviously not from West Papua by by origin, but here you are speaking for West Papua. So let's find out, who are you first of all, so we can place the whole discussion in its proper context. Julian.
Thank you, Kwesi. Yeah, I've been supporting West Papua's independence for the last couple of decades. Working at the University of Sydney, we had a West Papua project advocating for West Papua's independence. And more recently, I've been doing a PhD undertaking field research and legal research, looking at why West Papua was denied its rightful independence.
Okay, and what's the association with West Papua? I mean, you, apart from the research and everything, here you are speaking for the people's rights, something that you normally find the indigenous people doing. What's the association there?
I'm working with the OPM. The OPM is the Revolutionary Liberation Group inside West Papua. They've been struggling since 1965 for their rightful independence. It's a war of liberation. It's very much unheard of, and I'm trying to bring it to the attention of the outside world.
What's the motivation?
Well, they're our closest neighbors, Kwesi, and my grandparents and their generation, they were in Papua fighting alongside the Papuan people for our freedom. And if the Papuan people did not support the Australians during World War II, then people like myself probably wouldn't be here.
I see. Now, West Papua is not a story you hear every day. Why is it not out there in the mainstream media? And by the way, full disclosure, Julian, I went to school in Australia. I studied in Australia. I did my master's in journalism in Australia. And West Papua kept coming up in journalism class. However, it's treated as a side note. It's never really in the mainstream media. Why is that? Why do you think so?
It's intentional, Kwesi. The Australian government and the Western governments, they don't want the population knowing that there is a case of genocide occurring on the ground, because we are complicit. It is the Australian governments, the American governments, and their corporations who are taking the resources from West Papua, while at the same time they are training and arming the Indonesian military to conduct their genocidal program. It's another example of ongoing colonization, neo-colonization by the colonial powers.
So help us understand this, because obviously you understand, you know a lot more, so it's easy for you to put it in a few lines. But for some of us hearing this for the first time, help us build a picture. What's the interest for Australia? Why would Australia be interested in perpetrating a genocide against the people of West Papua?
Well, it wasn't always that way. Back in 1957, Australia made an agreement with the Dutch. Australia had the eastern side of the island, colonial territory, and the Dutch had the west, of course. And they were progressive, and they made an agreement to coordinate their decolonisation so that the entire island could return to being one island without this artificial border running down the middle, cutting through people's houses and gardens and level lands. But then in 1962, the American Rockefellers coerced the American government to transfer the territory to Indonesia because they discovered the world's biggest gold deposit in West Papua. And ever since then, it's been a battle for resources. And so the transfer to the United Nations in 62, the territory was first transferred to the UN in 62, and then it was transferred from the UN to Indonesia in 63. And that process was illegal under the Charter of the United Nations and the resolutions governing decolonisation. You may have heard they had an act of self-determination in 1969, which was overseen by the United Nations. They allowed the Indonesians to handpick 1,000 people out of a total population of almost 1 million. So that's 0.1%. It's universal suffrage in breach of the Charter, in breach of resolutions governing decolonisation. And all of this occurred with the complicity of the United Nations for the benefit, as I say, of some of the richest families in the world.
That's interesting, and that's very interesting. But let me still probe that a little bit more, if you don't mind, Julian.
Sure.
Australia and let me put it this way. Currently, as we speak, what form of government is West Papua under? Are they a semi-autonomous people? Are they like the Aboriginal people of Australia, for instance? Are they under Indonesian rule? What's going on there?
Well, they've been under Indonesian control, under Indonesian rule since 1963. Mm-hmm. And Indonesia is very much a military dictatorship. The current president is a Kapassus, that's an Indonesian general, who is alleged to have carried out multiple war crimes, both in East Timor and in West Papua in his earlier years. The people are being oppressed. Anyone who stands out, protests, are beaten, are arrested, they disappear. People in the villages are currently being bombed. I don't know if you've managed to see the footage that I sent to Jomo, but we have recent aerial footage of drones dropping bombs on villages, on planes, dropping bombs on the highlands, on helicopters, gunships, strafing villages. It is a case of genocide, according to multiple legal scholars and even the United Nations.
And these are Indonesian planes.
These are Indonesian planes supplied by the West. They are planes and helicopters supplied by Australia, supplied by America, tanks supplied by Germany, arms supplied by Israel and Belgium. It is all the Western powers that are implicit in this program.
Let's talk about you a little bit, and this will connect with the rest of our conversation. Recently, you were accused of smuggling arms into that region, and I've read the charge, and I think it was a bit laughable because you are accused of smuggling a handgun and a pocket full of bullets or something like that.
Correct.
What was it about?
Yeah, my colleague Amatus and myself went over to West Papua in 2022 to collect evidence for the International Criminal Court. I filmed the villages that have been bombed. I interviewed the victims. We spent 3 weeks traveling around in the highlands. And then when we came back to Australia, I came into all of the details for legal reasons. We're yet to go to court. But we were what they call entrapped. We were coerced by undercover ASIO agents and Australian Federal Police. That is the equivalent to the CIA. They have entrapped us. The two people seeking to bring attention to the International Criminal Court, Australia's complicity, West complicity in genocide.
Mm. So I've heard you use the word genocide a few times, and you've given an example of the drones dropping the bombs and all that. Give us a bigger picture of that. Why are you using genocide?
Sure, Kwesi. Well, for example, you know that the island is cut roughly in half. The current population of Papua New Guinea, which is independent, is somewhere between 10 and 12 billion people. The population of the indigenous Papuans in West Papua are somewhere around 2.5 or 2 million people. The population of the Javanese, that is the Indonesians that have been migrated over there, is about the same. It's about 2.5 million people. Now, there is a publication in 2004 called the Encyclopedia of Genocide, where one of my supervisors calculated that around 1.6 million Papuans have lost their life over the 60-year period of Indonesian occupation. That was in 2004. So if you extrapolate that graph from 2004 until today, we now have a loss of life reaching 2.5 million. It is one of the biggest cases of genocide in the world.
And all that goes unreported. That's my biggest worry. In terms of defense, we have heard that the organization that you speak for have a revolutionary wing, actually, or maybe it's the revolutionary wing that you actually speak for, right? So there's some sort of resistance. What's the resistance looking like? Are they putting up anything that's standing up to the oppressor?
It's quite remarkable, Kwesi. They are relatively small groups of young men, anywhere from 15, 25, 35, not many above the age of 40, mostly armed with bows and arrows and traditional weapons and a few guns that they've seized from the Indonesians. And yet they are surviving, and yet they are, according to our reports, they are having less casualties than the Indonesians, and yet the Indonesians have one of the biggest armies in Southeast Asia, with helicopter gunships, with tanks, with all the modern weapons that you can imagine.
Recently, there were reports of a pilot who was captured by this group, and there were threats to execute him and all that. Did you hear about that?
Yes, I was involved in the negotiations for his release. So I was drafting letters on behalf of the OPM in negotiations with the New Zealand and the Australian governments. This is another thing that the government is accusing us of doing, is threatening the life of the pilot. This has been an ongoing tactic by the OPM, the liberation fighters, to draw attention to the occupation of their country. They've been doing that since the 1970s, and it's remarkable that in every case they release the hostages after the negotiations fail, as they have done with the recent case of the New Zealand pilot.
So when you say they've been doing that, doing what? Kidnapping people?
Correct. Yeah, kidnapping Indonesian military, kidnapping Europeans that were trekking through one of the national parks back in, I think it was 1996. They held them for some 9 months and then they released them. There was no harm to them. So it's simply a method of
like a bargaining chip type of thing. But after a while, with consistently releasing these people, do you think it will hold that substance anymore? If they capture somebody, they'll be like, you know what? Because again, I asked this because I heard one of the leaders stating that that's not in line with their culture. So they don't even feel comfortable doing what they're doing. They're doing it out of necessity.
Yeah, that's why they released them.
Yeah. But how much currency would people put on that though after a while? Like, oh, these harmless people, they would not execute this guy at all.
Yeah, that's the case.
All right. But okay, so let's go back again. What exactly are the people of West Papua asking for? We know they want autonomy. Do they want their, and they have their own flag and all of that, right? Please tell us a little more so that we can properly align ourselves with their cause. For those of us who know nothing at all about what's going on there, obviously because of this, stifling of news coming from there. But what exactly are the people of West Papua saying to the rest of the world? How can we support the people of West Papua?
Well, simply, Kwesi, they want their freedom. They don't want to be occupied by a military force. They don't want to be killed, slaughtered, raped. Women go into hospitals for minor operations, and while they're there, they become sterilized. Food is distributed, which has been infected with poison. Blankets and pigs have been distributed that have already had tuberculosis injected into them to wipe out the population. It is an intentional program to wipe out the people so that the Indonesians can take their land and that the Western corporations can take their resources. So as your documentary showed us, the people were being prepared for independence as they were entitled to back in 1961. They had their own flag, they had their own national anthem, and the Dutch were doing the right thing. They were more progressive than the Australians on the eastern side. But then, of course, the Americans intervened, the United Nations intervened, and that independence was denied. And simply put, all they want is their freedom.
So what's that freedom going to look like? Is that like a completely new country altogether with its own government, its own civil service, its own? Is that what we're looking at?
We are looking at pretty much the same case as East Timor. If you remember East Timor, just next door, that was invaded by Indonesia in 1975, I think it was. And then the Indonesians were forced to withdraw in 1999 after the United Nations supervised an act of self-determination. The West Papuan people don't need an act of self-determination because they've already declared to the world that they plan to be independent. And the liberation movement has gone through, some 60 years now of evolution with their own political program. And it's quite unique. They have, initially they had a government, a de facto government, but they found that that government was really corrupt. And so in 1992, they established a new system of decentralization where each local region would have its own local system of governance, and they would establish their own military campaign. And then those local decentralized units would then come together as they felt fit to coordinate larger enterprises. So I think they have their system of governance already. It's simply a matter of allowing them to implement it.
Now, Julian, I've also heard you say some things that people might consider quite heavy, right? About the genocide and all of that, the blankets and all that. This is something we used to hear about 400 years ago. That was used to see on the Aboriginal people in Australia and all that. You're saying that this is actually happening today? And
it's still happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I can give you multiple reports from legal scholars, from intelligence agencies, and even the United Nations Social and Economic Council put out a report in 2013 detailing the case of genocide. It's been around a long time. The problem is, as you say, it's not getting media attention.
And has it been brought to, obviously, because you mentioned the United Nations now, but has it been, or to what level has it been brought to the attention of the United Nations? And who's even representing the people of West Papua? The same powers that are oppressing them would be representing them at the United Nations, isn't it?
That's correct. The problem we have, Kwesi, is that under the current system of international law governed by the Charter of the United Nations, Indigenous people have no legal standing. Legal standing means they have no right, no access to the international courts. Only member states, only members of the United Nations can access these courts, the International Court of Justice, for example, to have West Papua's case determined. So the West Papuan people are reliant on a sympathetic member state to take their case on their behalf.
You said who's taking the case on their behalf?
They need a sympathetic country to do that.
To do that, okay, all right, yes. And at this level, at this point, it sounds like nobody's doing that.
No one's doing that. The closest we have had was 2010. The Vanuatu government, also Melanesian people in the Pacific, they moved a motion, a unanimous motion in their parliament to have West Papua's case put before the International Court of Justice. That was in 2010. However, it never went ahead.
I'm tempted to ask why, but I know you're not the right person to answer why. Of course, you know why, but I'm asking why, as in why. Anyhow, let's. So, Julian, if we look at the total picture, right? There's the case of, say, Palestine, for instance, where to some degree it's been brought to the attention of the world, to the point where even the United Nations has acknowledged that, what's going on there and everything like that. At this point, what is the strategy? And I see people like you and others, fighting a cause. It's more, I see more resistance, but educate us. What's the strategy? What is going to happen next? And how can the rest of the world plug in to make that happen?
Well, unfortunately, rightly or wrongly, our world is run by the current international legal system. And as I say, the only way that we're really going to see any real change is if one of the members of the United Nations does what they're supposed to do, and that is uphold international law. As a member of the UN, you have an undertaking under Article 1 to uphold the Charter. And then we have other conventions, such as the Genocide Convention, of which Australia was the first signatory. Now, under that convention, you have a legal obligation to act to prevent genocide. The problem is that these countries, these governments, are not upholding international law.
And I am very much interested in what the rest of the world can do to make them uphold international law. because, like I said, you are doing a great job bringing it to the attention of the world. But a lot of us are processing all the information we're getting, and all we're getting personally is a feeling of hopelessness because we don't have anybody representing the people. The same oppressor is the same one that's representing them in the world body. I'm trying to see how the world can really, what should we do? Create a hashtag? What should we do? March on the United Nations? What do you recommend, Julian?
I think the best thing is to do what the people of Vanuatu did back in 2010, and that is lobby your own representatives, your own government, to uphold international law. Take the case to the International Court of Justice. It's a simple thing. It's simply a matter of filling out pieces of paper, filling out pieces of paper and lodging those pieces of paper with the court. Likewise with the International Criminal Court in The Hague. If you think there's a case of genocide occurring somewhere, you have a legal obligation to put that case to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court and seek the prosecutor to investigate. That's all that's required. It's simply filling in pieces of paper.
And I understand that in Ghana, you are doing some work in conjunction with our brother Jomo Hutaa. His camera is deactivated for some reason, so I still see him in the green room, but his camera is deactivated. I wish he would come on and speak a little about this, because the next segment of the interview, we're going to be talking about what the work you're doing in Ghana, trying to draw the government's attention to what's going on there. This is some of the stuff that you were doing to up the ante a little bit, raise the temperature a notch. Is that the case?
Yes, well, Kwesi, yeah. I mean, I don't know quite how it happened, but Brother Jomo contacted me through social media and we got talking. And he mentioned that Ghana was one of the most prominent countries speaking up on behalf of the West Papuan people back in 1969. So I sent him my papers and legal strategy for putting West Papua's case to the court. And so from there, we've been seeking to lobby your government or the government of Ghana to carry out such a program.
I see. And how much progress have you made with that so far before I have Jomo come in?
You'll have to ask Jomo about that. I'm not sure.
I will let Jomo speak that, and then I'll come back to you with the next question. Jomo, welcome to the show. I don't know if I saw you in the green room. I don't know if you were still checking, if you heard most of what you said. But we are talking about, at this point, the efforts being made in Ghana on behalf of the people of Papua. You, so to speak, will be the representative to connect with. What's the work? What's going on? What work is going on for the people of West Papua in Ghana?
Right at the moment, we started a new campaign, because we did that in 2008 when President Jomo had his first term. During his time, Benny Wada, who was the head of the Free West Papua campaign, was invited to Ghana to come in during the 6 months. We were on the process of getting this illegal backing from the government. Then, critically, Kwame was the person who made a statement about the League of Nations. So, hold down as a country, they knew help them that. So, from 2000, was with the campaign here, at the moment, for the we have started again back here. We said of the document. We are planning now. Brother Julian coming in Ghana or entity from West coming to join us and with this issues and that other organizations
Okay. For some reason, I'm not sure. The sound is not the best coming from your end speaking, but I heard most of what you said though, and congratulations on the work you're doing, Jomo. Let me ask you again, Julian. So, okay? So let me put it this way: the people of West Papua. First of all, what's the population? What's the population of West Papua?
Well, the Indonesians have stopped reporting on the indigenous numbers because it's so shocking. But from our estimates, the indigenous population of Papuans is around 2.5 or 2.2 million. And we think the population of the Indonesian transmigrants is perhaps slightly less. That's the same.
Okay. And out of this population, we know there are a lot of children. I watched the video, I saw innocent children, probably don't even know what's going on, right? They're just living their daily lives and everything. How much of the genocide have you seen directed at women and children?
It's directed at everybody, but women have been particularly targeted. I don't know if I want to describe the atrocities on your show. They are well documented, but as I say, women are systematically sterilized if they go into hospital. So they want to go into hospital if they get sick. We have a lot of women, children, and elderly who have had to flee to the jungle due to the aerial bombing campaigns. We, of course, suffer from malnutrition and exposure. And, of course, young men are targeted because of the Indonesian military. They are part of the liberation movement. And, of course, the majority of people are part of the liberation movement. So a lot of young men are beaten, tortured, here, and just thoroughly executed.
Are there any examples of indigenous West Papuans serving in any government capacity in Indonesia?
There are.
What I want to ask is there a faction of West Papuans who are like, wants to settle with Indonesian rule?
They've been, well, Indonesia's been there now, for over 60 years. So, of course, there is people visiting. There are Papuans marrying Indonesian women. There are Indonesian men marrying Papuan women. They have these massive transmigration camps, and the ratio of Papuans is only 10%. So when they build townships, they only allow the indigenous population to occupy 10% of the houses. And that's an intentional process of assimilation. So Papuans in government services, but the majority take by the Indonesian.
I see. Jomo, let's get some last words from you before we go. The sound, I'm not happy with the sound. I'm getting feedback from my team that the sound is not the best right now. But before we go, Jomo, let's see if we can squeeze in something. If we can manage to hear, some last words from you. And I promise, Jomo and Julian, I personally am going to do a little more research on this. Please send me as much material as you can, and I will invite you back to pick this matter up. Because again, like I said, to a lot of us, it's a new topic, right? But now that we know, we will figure out what to do next. But Jomo, last words, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kwesi. I am really happy that you are ready to engage. So we really need you. We really need support this to the government of Ghana, so they can also support. Because there's a lot of West music is here, the ideas. I've been receiving messages from this very, very bad and this is what is happening.
Thank you, Jomo Hutaa. And Julian, before we go for today, and I'm emphasizing for today because this is going to be an ongoing discussion, we will be checking in with you from time to time to see what progress is being made, what we can do at any point, if we can sound the horn a little louder for people to hear what's going on and all that. So that's the promise we're making to you. But before we go for today, some last words, please.
Thank you, Kwesi. Yes, well, if your audience can push their representatives, your representatives, pick up the case, I think that's probably the best thing. Obviously, from what I know from Jomo, has quite a unique system. You have a council of paramount chiefs, and those paramount chiefs have the ability to implement government policy. I think one of the best things you can do is speak to your paramount chiefs, to your representatives, and seek their intervention on behalf of West Papuan people.
All right. Julian, McKinley King, thank you very much for your selflessness. And as promised, we will be checking in back with you for updates on what's going on in West Papua. Jomo Hutaa, say to you as well, thank you very much for joining us today on the show. And Team, apologies for the poor sound. We will try to do a quick reset and we'll be right back. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we'll go for a short commercial break. We will be right back after this one. Please stay with us.
Since 1994, crafting natural products with organic shea butter and red palm oil. All products are available on Walmart.com and Shopify, or visit our website at chrismark.com.
Making healthy food choices are a daily challenge for most people. You see, the food you eat can either be the safest and most powerful form of medicine or the slowest form of poison. Introducing the Green Health Pharmacy and Functional Medicine Clinic that gets to the root cause of your disease. We present to you the True Green Foods brand that allows you to enjoy healthy food options without sacrificing the foods you love. True Green Foods have low-carb swallow options for fufu, banku, tuozafi, eba, kenke, amala, and semovita. Good tasting and supremely delicious without compromising blood sugar, blood pressure, cholesterol, weight management goals, and all diseases that one may be battling with. They also have a low-carb replacement for oatmeal, grits, and cream of wheat, which are highly dense in carbohydrates. Check out Alta Oats, Beta Oats, Clean Oats, as well as Kajma porridge and cream of laka when you visit our shop. The breakfast options are not just delicious, but meet the standards of an anti-inflammatory diet. All True Green Foods are all diabetic friendly. Find Green Health Pharmacy in Woodbridge, Virginia, or call us on 703-670-3640. WhatsApp 571-300-5039. Find us on IG at Green Health Farm. There's no better way for a healthy lifestyle. Remember, your health is your wealth.
I remember when I first played to students, some of them would just leave the hall because my instruments looked obsolete. But then I kept exposing them to their own music. And now they are responding to it. After the reggae and the rest, they have time now for their own traditions.
Blood of the slain will never be in vain.
Never.
No. We don't want to see no more people dying. Zayana Yahweh. Whoa. Zayana Yahweh. Whoa. Zayana Yahweh. Whoa, Zayana Yahweh. Yo, listen, man. My name is Ja, beloved. You can call me Kwesi back when the occasion calls for it. You are watching AgriKULCHA TV. Keep it locked. AgriKULCHA TV. Africa. From African perspective.
Welcome to Tucson Hotel, your ultimate home away from home. Located in the serene town of Ejisu Ichakrum, just off the Jabin Road, we offer you a haven of comfort and luxury. Step into our fully air-conditioned 40 bedrooms, where modern elegance meets convenience. Whether you choose our normal, standard, deluxe standard, or executive rooms, each one is equipped with Wi-Fi and DSTV, ensuring that you stay connected and entertained throughout your stay. Indulge your taste buds at our exquisite bar and restaurant, where our skilled chefs prepare a wide range of culinary delight to satisfy every palate. From local delicacies to international favorites, we have something for everyone. Planning a business meeting or a special event? Look no further than our state-of-the-art conference hall. with a capacity to accommodate 80 to 100 people. It is the perfect venue for your corporate gatherings or social celebrations. But that's not all. We proudly boast the largest recreational center in the Jesu municipality. With a capacity to accommodate up to 2,000 people, it is the ideal location for concerts, weddings, and other grand events. It comes with 4 fully air-conditioned bedrooms and a kitchen as one package. Our luxury cars are also available for rent. Drive like a boss. To experience true hospitality and unmatched comfort, contact us today. Our friendly staff is ready to assist you. You can reach us at 0244 654 458, 0246 505 327, or 0241 418645. You can also email us at info@tucsonhotel@gmail.com. Tucson Hotel, your home away from home.
All right, you're welcome back to the show, and we are waiting for our other guests to join us. As I stated earlier, we had to switch it around and bring the other interview first. So we're still waiting for our guests to join us. We needed to prompt him a little bit, but why don't we go and finish watching that video that we were watching with Julian McKinley before we went to the interview. Let's watch that, and as soon as we have our other guests, we will be right back with our second interview.
Indonesia considered Papua as much theirs as Bali or Java were. Meanwhile, a right-wing turn in Dutch politics encouraged them to double down on retaining what little of the empire they could. Papua became a symbol, a last bastion of a dying Dutch imperial glory. Still, even the Dutch realized it would not hold on to Papua forever. They committed to Papua's future independence, but insisted it could only come after several decades of further Dutch guidance. Both Indonesia and the Dutch claimed to be speaking for the interest of the Papuans without truly asking them. Indonesia achieved full independence in 1949. The Dutch could not prevent it, and the US had threatened to withdraw Marshall Plan aid from the Netherlands if they continued to oppose it. The Hague Conference that same year hoped to settle the Papua issue, but negotiations got nowhere. The Papua question was kicked down the road and left unresolved as the new nation came into being. In the meantime, the Dutch expanded their colonial administration in Papua. Even into the 1950s, Dutch control did not extend much beyond the coastline. The thickly jungled and hilly center of the island, where most Papuans lived, was beyond their ability to govern in any meaningful way. It was estimated that no more than 25% of Papua's population was under any effective Dutch authority, even by the late 1950s. The Dutch doubled down on their control, though. In 1952, they amended their constitution to include Papua as an integral part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. They also presented their continued occupation as an anti-communist move in Southeast Asia. Indonesia's assertion of neutrality in the Cold War, which Washington and its allies interpreted as covert communist sympathies, made this claim more believable. For its part, Indonesia kept the Irian question near the top of the agenda. It earned support for its claims from a number of countries, including India, and made repeated attempts in the United Nations to get a resolution passed in support, to no avail. As Jakarta's frustration grew, tensions remained high. President Sukarno agreed to Soviet military aid for a potential military solution, and nationalized a number of Dutch industries in the country, bringing the specter of the Cold War deeper into events. In 1960, he broke off relations with the Netherlands in protest over the dispute. The Dutch continued with their gradual independence plan. In February 1961, they established a governing council composed largely of Papuans and proposed the Lunds Plan for a UN-supervised transition into full independence. On December 1st that year, the semi-formal Republic of West Papua was declared. with ceremonies in Papua and a new flag to boot. Sukarno was furious. The idea of a self-determining Papua had long been abandoned by the Indonesian leadership. Within weeks, the Indonesian government began Operation Trikora, under which they inserted paratroopers and Marines into Papua to disrupt the remaining Dutch forces and oppose any Papuan independence groups. On January 15, 1952, one of these insertions was interrupted by the Dutch Navy, leading to a brief encounter named the Battle of Arafura Sea, resulting in almost 40 Indonesian sailors and Marines killed. Operation Trikora had a limited effect. Only a small number of troops were ever inserted on the island, and violence was light, resulting in few casualties or deaths. Part of the reason for this was the timely intervention of the US. President Kennedy recognized the serious risk of elevation and stepped in. His sympathies lay with Indonesia, and in 1962 told the Netherlands directly that NATO would not back them if the conflict erupted. He forced both sides to negotiate, and a few months later, Indonesia and the Netherlands signed the New York Agreement to end the Papua question once and for all. Under the New York Agreement, the Dutch relinquished all claims to Papua, while Indonesia would take it over, on the condition that Papua would decide their own fate in an act of free choice within a few years. Papuan political parties were banned, and public support for Papuan independence became a criminal offense. The Indonesians selected 1,000 delegates to vote on their country's behalf. The delegates chose unanimously to join Indonesia. Papuans had little power to resist, but they wielded that little power where they could. Free Papua movement engages in a guerrilla war that continues to this day. Technically, the conflict is still ongoing, but it's considered to be a low-intensity conflict, with few casualties in any given year. It's difficult to gauge Papuan support for independence, but there's no reason to expect such a change anytime soon. And that line drawn by the Dutch and British back in 1848 continues to shape the fate of the entire island.
Blood of the slain will never be in vain.
Never.
No. We don't want to see no more people dying. Zayana Yahweh. Whoa. Zayana Yahweh. Whoa. Zayana Yahweh. Whoa, Zayana Yahweh. Yo, listen, man. My name is Ja, beloved. You can call me Kwesi back when the occasion calls for it. You are watching AgriKULCHA TV. Keep it locked. AgriKULCHA TV. Africa from an African perspective. Hot a fire burn them. Red lava done them. Diarrhea run them. The wrath of God upon them.
I am your thief, yourself on fire. You're killing people every day. Anytime you open your mouth, I feel like you're leading my people astray.
Government by family and friend, corruption never end. Are you tell us said you are God sent, but when we turn around the bend, you thieving with a pen. Waffy with family, and I struggle for fed. And when you come after it, like the cock on the end. What a pity when we sell our dignity as men. Politicians them attack we from the rear end. Leave it to a dead end. And the fake preacher telling I and I feel repent. With the money in my pocket is the mountain I get. And when the gap are ever widen, fences can mend. So this question I send.
Where the money there? 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 Where the money there?
And me say where the money there?
I don't know.
Whoa, hot a fire bonding. Until they change their mind, the wrath of God upon them.
To your lies and deception, wrong education.
All right. Again, that was welcome back. Thank you very much for staying. Yes, and you're right, team. I do hear the echo. I mean, I hear an echo in the sound. I'm not sure what's going on. Unfortunately, we're live already and we cannot unlive. So we will keep the show going with what audio we have at this point. Let's just apologize to our audience and our viewers for the poor quality of the sound at this time. And let's move it up. I did see our next guest in the green room, but it looks like he just went back again. Let me check on him real quick, and then we'll be right back to our next interview.
And you're pushing yourself away. But when the church and the state collaborate to keep us in slavery.
And by the ballot and the bullet, they put their gun to the head. Them say you have the right to talk, but talk too loud and you dead. It's like them have a different system for the leader and the leader. Hurt or run red. So get the youth boss rise and show them how things we run. If them can't do it, come and make we show them how we done. And we now no more room for them like them days are gone. Up your fire burner. What I mean say?
Where the money there? 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 Where the money there?
And me say where the money there?
I don't know.
Where the money oh?
I don't know.
So where the money dey? Hiding in the Cayman Islands. So where the money dey? Invested in foreign lands. So where the money dey? Me personally, I don't know. So where the money dey? Where the money dey oh? And I mean say hot a fire burn them. Red lava done them. Diarrhea run them. And the wrath of God upon them. Until them change their mind. Wrath of God upon them. But for people plan, wrath of God upon them.
All right, and we are back. And for our next interview, it's going to be very short, very brief, and straight to the point. Let's welcome Abubakar Razak. Abubakar Razak is part of the Pro-Bawumia team, and we're going to be speaking with Abubakar Razak. Razak, thank you very much for joining us today. What you say? Straight to the point. MPP primary say, we are part of the team and we declare support for Dr. Bawumia. Why?
First of all, GD said MPP to me. All the aspirants no qualify, but yeah, cost na ya big price ya will be our big economy. And she employing you for yeah, GD said 5 candidates. Yeah, on the prepared candidate as we speak.
Okay, makes sense. And so no ocean so to be better say or more attesting once or more he was part of the team that suffered the worst loss in your party's history. I didn't know come on try to be before. So I don't know to
yeah, because they say all the part of the team now you lose last election. All the 5 were part of it. And again, MPP represent candidates. So it is MPP which lost the election, not a single individual. So in the assembly, MPP won a single individual in the party. That is our belief.
Okay, but he was at the very top. Okay, so 5 in that's true to a very large extent, except that maybe Kennedy Japan might make the case or not say he wasn't in government. But apart from that, Dr. Bawumia was at the very top. And they have different levels of responsibility.
Yes, yeah, it was to do producer. And I will co-host their own work. See, I co-host what me host money because on decision be a co-host and you find it because on time I go school now you class captain and then class captain. The class captain goes who assistant class captain what I say? Presidential position.
Necessary Ghana for a boy, Amamona, Chemo, so I need to tell MPP. I'll see a share Nana Kwadwo and Bawumia.
Oh, I'll say MPP for an individual.
Okay.
MPP in the car, but I don't want to narrow it to individual. MPP.
No, I'm saying that because you said in this case, no, individuals involved.
Individual involved. We are contributing. Me as a party official, you are the uncle ye, and my MPP losing election.
Okay.
So I have to take responsibility. You're from Canada, Japan. You want some Baku menu any near or Ghana for any angel. So he has to take responsibility.
collective responsibility.
So 4 months before the election, also autostinate for hotels by what I say?
Yeah.
So a share Ghana for
Educhum you one person on the asset, be said that is some more
but unfortunately on his part, your tradition be Ghana. You can't do away with it. Add this over to a first-time candidate. Ghanaians have reservation about first-time candidates. You can't do stage because a first-time candidate has won election in Ghana. You can't do that stage, you know. So, and you know, they are not so a quote here. But I'm not uncle a fine gentleman. Obviously, a community upon a fine man. But track record out of the election, you've been here.
And to about more experience.
Oh, yeah, he's the most prepared.
Okay.
At least, he's the most prepared. So, it must surprise you to know that any Bawumia person na me Razak me somebody who is being prepared. Obetimagi to me.
Yo, it's my misa.
This is not about individual, no.
Yo,
this is about who is prepared.
Matthias. Matthias, now my misa say a body say ya to abani wi and maybe so we in connection with the attempt me say you are not like that at all, and I'm very happy about that. But would say a lot of the attempt, mud slinging, slurring, all of these things going on. Who did he say ya to abani wi the funny say candidate Dr. Bawumia again. How easy is it going to be for him to unite the party for a common fight against that?
It is a responsibility on every party to be looking at unity. Because without unity, you can't win election. Me, Makato Bebia, Ghana, a very new war, say to Abani we are, and I don't be minty, Bawumia and also Brian. Because Sabi, me nanka Brian, I am a bushing penny. Menaya nanka Kennedy Menaya nanka Educhum no offer. Menaya nanka Commander Japan am a boosting penny because of brand and experience or mapo. And a party I can almost party and and near Casa to any Adebia said the boy any demon said yeah. Many and come the papa in the boom for Bawumia. So we are always careful about some if you move. But unfortunately, when you say you pay, you have to tell you fear Bakum. And I am fear Bushia Bakum. It will be our super or their joint political partner. And it's unfortunate that we can't control it, but we will manage it after the promise.
Quite a peculiar time. But Mama Misa, what's your message to Omoa or yes, sir? Because me say, as politicians, they're also smart enough to know, say, after this phase, there's another phase to go to. Whatever you say, you'll be held to it. And what do you say to all these people who go around insulting each other, digging up all kinds of things about each other? 10 sins of somebody, 100 sins of the next one. So they who can't do.
Let me catch on when I say, Sabi. The MPP were Bema. Now we MPP. I am say, and this were Bema. Because we MPP, Nina MPP were Bema. The self-esteem of privilege, it's okay for you. It's enough for you. So MPP near Bema. Now this were Bema. Psychological effect, Krano, the case also. So, a lot of people in so a lot of them. They should reason beyond and then they should reason. No one who say party our Bema and never boy. No one who says only part 5 nina or come up here. But you can say, young for any dear and mom, our any monam shine a couple of show more. Because Omunya is for a yama, and Monama upon their show. The say, young for any dear and for mom. Nayam Uya, Nayam Kai said, a big hard dear. And I said, Ghana dear, a dimly said, also a bois dear,
Yo, Yebeka can Razak Mami for himself. You say, Nancy, I'm a journalist because, oh, Dr. Bawumia, fine gentleman, on due biatem, on country, on due biatem, basically, any idea. We all agree, when Dr. Bawumia, I know, I can't say it, I send Fimbia, actually, and so no, Osha or Momo Casaman, no. Not beyond that, Osha says somebody like Fanti Comedy, I'm finding an example, and I don't want to make him a topic. I'm just using as an example. Now, Okoko, that aesthetic of him hugging him and all of that, as a member of his campaign team, no, my fans are feel the wrong impression. Say, yeah, Dr. Bawumia said the on country you, but our team of people who are dedicated to doing that type of thing.
You see, it's extremely difficult to manage everybody. Very difficult. I can say, me a member of the campaign team in Ashanti region. Not ordinary, me a leading member. So I the whole Ashanti region. Nipa 10 or more endorse Bawumia presidential forms. So me a leading member. Fortunately, a member of the national NPP national communication team. Fanti Committee, you don't find him on our communication platform. He's not part of the communication team of the NPP. Officially, he is not part of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia campaign. But we develop love, Ediama Bawumia, which we have no control over him because he's not part of the team that we are moving on with.
Except when you hug him, that's where you have the control.
You see, so if he's part of us official, you can control him. But so being on the social media, no, you find it extremely difficult in controlling those people. Mititum said we need to control them, but what we are need to control now. And they say curtail the movement.
Matthias said, I won't stretch it, except to say, Sarah, before said the control should be on yourself. You can't control.
Yes, we admit it. Admit it.
For instance,
admit it.
Not decide to hug him and make a public spectacle of it. Before said no, for instance. But
yeah, going for we'll look at all those things.
Thank you
because we have a lot to do. This presidential promise, we are going to win. So there's a lot of incumbency on us to make sure that we sanitize the party.
And I like that word, sanitize, because I think that there's work to be done. But with people like you, I believe that work will be done. Now, finally,
that is the position that some of us has taken.
Great.
So we'll bring discipline and then sanitizing within the system of the party.
I will invite you just to speak about that, please. At another time. We kind of rushed you quickly and you still made time for us. I will invite you again just to talk about sanitizing the party aspect. But before we go, Razak, please tell me this. As we go into the primaries, what are your projections? What do you think is going to happen? And then after everything, whoever wins, what message do you have for the new patriotic party?
I'm not being too arrogant and I'm not being too over-excitement. Bawumia is going to win the promise. He's the only candidate who can boldly tell you that I control 7 regions out of the 16. And really? Who said that in the corner, he's the only candidate. So over Lusu region, he will still get 40% of the total vote. Or that particular region. So he's going to win. So I'm calling on all our supporters that they should be mindful of the things that they will say against other candidates. Say the beya we are say you perform about baka anything. Ordinarily, and you can say go because and the both internal contest in echo. But we should be before and so I want to make us a money booth. So we'll make sure that a bit of control. I said about 31st, you a bit of breathing space. Let's make a party for Nabum.
Abubakar is a midasipa, meaning so breathing. My jail friend, but like I said, Pachoki, you better have you na ye sanitizing the party no come. And then also after the primaries, you better for nyasho said the kind a bit more na ya flashback.
I can promise you that I'll be available anytime that you want to speak with me.
I very much appreciate your time, sir. Thank you very much for joining us today. Abubakar, part of the Bawumia campaign team in the Ashanti region, and we have been talking to him about the NPP primaries. We're going for this short commercial break. When we come back, we will be we'll be bringing you our special feature now. November 2nd, 1930. What happened that day? When we come back, we will all find out. We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
Since 1994, crafting natural products with organic shea butter and red palm oil. All products are available on Walmart.com and Shopify, or visit our website at chrismark.com.
All right, so we are back, and I do see one of my guests for the next segment in the green room already. Let me connect my next guest, and then we will be talking about November 2nd, 1930.
Emperor on November 2nd, 1930, and was crowned Haile Selassie I, King of Kings, King of Zion, conquering Lion of the Seed of Judah, Power of the Trinity.
Your Imperial Majesty, you were 39 years old when you were crowned in 1930.
Yes.
Could you talk a bit about the day of the coronation?
Yes. My coronation day was very memorable to me. Not only we had Ethiopian participants in the event, but also a lot of foreign emissaries partook in the celebration of the coronation day.
The Lion of Judah has carried out a program of modernization and of political and social reform, and has begun to westernize the 2,000-year-old Coptic Christian Ethiopia. He created a strong, centralized monarchy. The country, with its 22 million people, revolves around his personal rule.
You are descended, Your Imperial Majesty, from King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba.
This is
just our story, ancient story. The Queen of Sheba, she go to visit Solomon, King Solomon. She met one son. She returned back to her country. Our story says since that time we son from King Solomon comes.
Haile Selassie comes from a line that traditionally sprang from the admiring visit of Makeda, the Queen of Sheba, to King Solomon. She, an Arabian queen, went to Jerusalem to test the wisdom of Solomon, who is said to be the wisest of the kings of Israel, about 950 years before Christ. In the scriptures, the book of 2 Chronicles tells that King Solomon gave to the Queen of Sheba all her desire. The traditional story holds that Menelik, son of their romance, went to the state of Aksum, which is Sheba, or Shoa, as it is called today, and which is the main province of Ethiopia, and became the first Ethiopian emperor. This, for the Ethiopian Amharic Christians who came originally from Arabia, is the beginning of their royal line. From Menelik, most late rulers of Ethiopia, including Haile Selassie, have claimed descent.
You are the 334th in the line of succession.
Yes, exactly.
And the 134th of the Christian kings. Christianity came to Ethiopia, I believe, in 330 AD.
If you read the Bible, you can get this, what time the Christianity comes in Ethiopia.
The book of Acts of the Apostles in the New Testament mentions the story of the first convert to Christianity. That was the Ethiopian eunuch, who was the courtier of Candace, Queen of Ethiopia. He had been up to worship at Jerusalem, and on his way home, driving along in his chariot and reading the prophet Isaiah, met the apostle Philip, who preached to him about Christ, the Son of God. And when the eunuch believed, Philip baptized him in the water, and the eunuch went on his way home rejoicing. This, according to the Bible, is the first Ethiopian to be converted to Christianity. The story is found in the book of Acts, chapter 8, verses 26 to 39.
The coronation itself was a Coptic service, Your Imperial Majesty.
They are the Coptic, but also the Ethiopian bishop. They are with the Coptic churchmen.
In 1930 was a memorable day in the history of Ethiopia. Since the early hours of that morning, all in Addis Ababa began to prepare for the impressive event of the morning. The Emperor and Empress Manen had already spent the hours since the night before in prayer and meditation with the priests at the most holy altar within St. George's Cathedral, the largest church in the capital. Through the early morning, the chanting of priests continued. Outside the church, and nearly all over Addis Ababa, devoted subjects were dancing and chanting praise songs for the new emperor in Amharic.
The son of Ras Makonnen, Haile Selassie, will feed us. His justice is like that of an angel. May God give long life to Haile Selassie, the child of our country. The son of Ras Makonnen, Haile Selassie, will feed us. His justice is like that of an angel. May God give long life to Haile Selassie, the child of our country.
The ritualistic ceremonies of the coronation were performed in a large auditorium adjacent to the west side of the cathedral, which had been especially constructed for the occasion.
shortly after 7:30 a.m., His Imperial Majesty, attired in white silk communion robes, entered the ceremonial hall from the church with an escort of aides and the clergy, chanting in the old Coptic language a processional hymn. Spiritual vestment is worn by the Archangel Michael. The precious chasuble is worn by Michael.
Whereupon the ceremony began. The Coptic Archbishop of Ethiopia, representing His Holiness the Pope of Alexandria, with his throaty voice, announced,
Ye princes and ministers, ye nobles and chiefs of the army, ye professors and priests, ye people of Ethiopia, look ye upon our Emperor Haile Selassie I, descended from the dynasty of Menelik I, who was born of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, a dynasty perpetuated without interruption from that time to King Haile Selassie and to our times. Spiritual vestment is worn by the Archangel Michael. The precious chasuble is worn by Michael.
The emperor was then vested with the 7 ornaments of the coronation, including his gold sword studded with precious stones, a diamond-encrusted ring, 2 traditional lances, the imperial scepter, and a golden globe of the earth, the imperial vestments, and at last came the magnificent crown. 7 differently scented ointments of ancient prescription were received on the imperial head, brow, and shoulders, one with each of these ornaments. Before the questioning of the Abuna, the emperor gave his sacred pledge to uphold the Orthodox religion of the Coptic Church of Alexandria, to support and administer the laws of the country for the betterment of the people, and to maintain the integrity of Ethiopia. The final ceremony was a grand tour of the cathedral by the emperor and empress, who was also crowned, but with less elaborate rites. They were escorted by the priests and bishops, princes and high dignitaries, Ethiopian bishops and priests from all over Ethiopia, and a large number of Coptic deacons, carrying palm branches and chanting in mighty volume.
Blessed be the King of Israel. Blessed is he who cometh in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of Israel. Blessed is he who cometh in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of Israel. Blessed is he who cometh in the name of the Lord.
በአገሩ ያለው ክብረት ለማውጣትና ለማሰራት የህዝባችንን ኑሮ ለማሻሻልና ከዓለም መንግስቶች ጋር በፍቅር ለማስፋት ነው። እነዚህም ነገሮች ለማስኬድ የዓለምን መንግስቶች ሁሉ በእርዳታና በስምምነት ለመስራት ዋና ምኞታችን ነው።
All right, and we are welcome back. Thank you very much for staying with us. So, as promised, here is the bonus. On November 2nd, 1930, something extraordinary happened. We have seen visuals of what happened 95 years ago, almost 100 years ago. Something happened that has had significance till this day. We are going to be discussing November 2nd and its significance to the Rastafari movement, and beyond that, to the liberation struggle for all Black people of the world. And to join me to do that, I have, and please welcome, help me welcome my brothers. I see Doc is still not connected on visuals. We'll wait for him to reset his visuals real quick so we can add him. But I have my brother, the administrator for the Rastafari Council of Ghana, Ras Kofi Asante, is joining us. We will also be joined by a couple other brothers. I already see a couple other brothers in there. I also already see a couple other brothers in the green room. And they will all be joining us to discuss the significance of November 2nd to I. Okay. Ras Kofi Asante, welcome to iCulture TV Radio Culture. Ras Kofi
Rastafari. Yes, if that's
okay. So Prof is trying to join us. Prof Owadi is trying to join us. I think he's having a bit of trouble, but we'll start the show. We'll start the discussion, and then we will have him join when he is ready. Okay. Ras, so November 2nd, 1930, we've seen the video. Walk us through, because we said for some of us, we just sitting down and just watching something that looks like it came out of the Bible. Right. November 2nd, what happened? My body of what happened on November 2nd, 1930?
Yes. November 2nd, we are seeing the whole world witness the coronation of Emperor Haile Selassie the first. Proud to that, Empress Oditu had been on the throne, and then Haile Selassie was her plenipotentiary to the throne. A lot of Africans during Haile Selassie, when he was assisting Empress Oditu, he got attention, and like through his works, he came to the world stage. A lot of Africans on the world stage recognized the efforts that this young man was putting up in Ethiopia. And so his coronation got attention of the world. For the first time, about 70 nations came to Ethiopia to witness the coronation of Emperor Haile Selassie, including the United States, Egypt, Japan, all the countries that you can think of, all the powerful countries that you can think of. At least they were there or sent delegations there. For about 7 days to the coronation, priests, they chanted psalms in the temple. Yes. We all know that every tradition has their spirituality, their kind of spirituality, but this coronation ceremony was organized by the Coptic Church, that's the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, and they had the responsibility of performing the coronation activities. So for about 7 days, priests were chanting psalms, 7 days, 7 psalms to sanctify the place and also to create the kind of sacred space or environment for the coronation event. And so the November 2nd marks the anniversary of Emperor Haile Selassie and Empress Menen of Ethiopia. On that day, the emperor was crowned, and contrary to history, the empress was also crowned. What used to occur was that whenever the emperor was crowned, 7 months the empress would also be crowned. But during the reign of Emperor Haile Selassie, people say he broke tradition by ensuring that the empress was also crowned on the same day. The world witnessed an event that changed the political scope and the texture of modern geopolitics. The emperor and empress were crowned together in amid imperial pageantry in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. At the time when nearly all of Africa was under European domination, so the coronation symbolized the sovereignty of African people. Dignitaries from more than 70 nations across the globe, including the US, like I mentioned earlier, Egypt, were all present to witness the declaration of African or Black autonomy as a living reality. For I Rastafari, we see the coronation event as the declaration of the African or Black autonomy, living reality. Prior to the coronation, most of African governments were under colonization by the Western nations, Britain, Portugal, France. They have shared Africa among themselves. But Ethiopia wielded her sovereignty through the reign of Emperor Menelik, right through to even during the reign of Haile Selassie. So at the time when Africa was under European domination, the coronation symbolized the sovereignty of African people. The crowns placed on Emperor Haile Selassie and Empress Menen head, and every element of the area, such as the orb and scepter in His Majesty's hand, all had political meaning. You know, during the coronation event, we saw the orb that was given to His Majesty. We also saw the crown placed on his head. We saw the scepter that was given to him. Within Rastafari, the crown symbolized humility before the power of the Almighty and the burden of selfless service to the people. And when the emperor bowed to receive it,
okay, we also have Prof on the line. Right? Prof is traveling, and he will be able to join us on video at some point, I hope. But for now, we have him on audio. We will still try to get what we can. He's on the move, and we may get a little bit of audio issues, but we'll try to make do with what we can. Help me welcome Dr. Kwadwo Pipim. Dr. Kwadwo Pipim, educationist, and he's no stranger to this platform at all. He indeed is joining us right now to talk about the significance of the November 2nd. Prof, welcome to iCulture TV, Radio Culture. Yo, Nana, and we just started the discussion, and we were exploring the significance of November 2nd. November 2nd is not a date that strikes many Ghanaians, at least Ghanaians, but other parts of the world, and especially in Ethiopia, I hope that to this day, it holds much significance. What is the significance of November 2nd? And what happened on November 2nd, 1930?
The significance of November 2nd, if you have to look at it, I say quite Chikakra. The history of Ethiopia. Very ancient history. Ethiopia for the Sabrina under colonial rule, the exception of Ethiopia and Liberia or Africa. Ethiopia for Saya the Omuti Sai Kunino was Utali Force. It's Ethiopia, Chinabre will be my to inform Kasiapa, Cesar Maminkanisa, to inform now Empress Titan in a on the Emperor Omoko Sako. Mufi in a Empress Auditi, obey Ethiopia for penny. Nobeyasa Ethiopia for penny. In Oma, Rastafari, I am your friend of Emperor Haile Selassie. That I'm your friend of Rastafari. Obey regent. Just Empress didn't know not just on the wall. Now, for I be a regent. Yemo, or the near come on your tea, a double passer. Or Shasha or Ben, 2 quite will be asking now. No one will be asking them Ethiopia. Until 2 quite call Europe. Or signed by Ethiopia, 2 quite call now, the main way that said, 2nd of November, and I just said, Saturday, see Emperor Haile Selassie, I'm your friend of Rastafari, Baby say Ethiopia for now, acting for now, answer that, sir, Julian, not just said, Rastafari, baby, on 2 quite cold, and then baby crowd went to Quack, next said, Oma, we asked the Biati said, from by Ethiopia, Abasa, Ahisino, now, Saturday, the society of the chairman, I didn't know about Fonasi, as your master just a wood years. You better say, colonialism. Now, a year, South colonialism, not just African nations here. American, in the whole nations here. And I ain't going to more American house, almost shit last year. It's something not beyond BB said, or Bibinia, or yet, or him. Basically, or a monarch. It's Rastafari, man, before Natia said, you have seen in Ethiopia, 2nd of them. Into a more chances away, a more Ethiopia. That's why in Wawai, Rastafari, catch your mouth for time as 2nd of the Bible. When you put some bear, put some our trip in a Wawamu, say a friend say, I hear in Mississippi. Now, me side comment to be said, it's all kind Rastafari, the home of Troy, I friend said, I thought about and price. Or chair who said, or Cornechi, or yes, or Cornechi who said, in quantity, Pano, say Ethiopia, say, you see me, you see, or Sada, never you see, or Hineno, and name, or Women, now you see, or
Let's say sad tradition, and you're not starting or go back to ancient and go far. Sudden or restore it. Sad now to children. I see.
It's not just or no church. Baby, no. Ethiopia for no. Fee quite to Kakra. So, no connection of Kumu. Say na kanti yero sane India anya so esa me fa me himana me mama himani me akasa yesi dakona enti sane enti we are seeing na nipa fe mia nkwa be ka say
do song.
In a buy. In a
And your son, 72.
And your son, yeah, and your son.
Your son, in Omuba, Ethiopia, America, Nipa oil. A friend say, Samuel King George, not so interesting. Almost Omuyi Nipa oil. I just Nipa no King George of oil. I'm saying, what move on on about Canada. Mudu on that just so book crowd just I info and then more issue. Now you can't so just a second of the battle. You can't send out chess. Near chair, I probably can't say significance now. The betting the bed damn yes, not just in the Gusuka. I get back close to the cell. We are saying you can't near Professor said, monarchs are not said. I hear a dimwa near any Naya. Ethiopia. You caught in country to bring me a ancient Kush, ancient Ethiopia. A honor almost share, sir, near my second of it by not just a begin near my baby. Now, you can't say Rastafari, yes, you have from one. Just second of it by young Yanuma, maybe a process Caribbean, Jamaica. You can't say. The people who say, they can't let us have. That's all let us have a problem. But like I said, Liverpool, America has so you're from say Rastafari rights. Most of my shares here, Moka said, any day, every point now, Ethiopia, the whole maybe I said, Yadrin or yes, Yadrin. Let us have America have. On this side, Rastafari rights, it's your core Jamaica. Now, start to say, or preach, say, Ethiopia, and I didn't say, now, because Ethiopia, so I don't just say, and before what Jamaica, and who hears a Muga song, King George, I will be like, because, as I said, and you're on the you're about the scene with Ethiopia. It's a moment now, if I need it. She said, you can't. You have to say, the bonnet talk at that. You have to say, so you have 2nd November, the dinner beer before you are sitting at one. Not just a Sunday, I'm a Samake.
Yo, Medasi, young coffee, Ras coffee studio. Ras, say, you can say, Prof. Accusers say, Ahinieno, His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie the First, Ahinieno, Ahinia, ye Tracy, Ahinia Bia Kuchia, and Nona Achepa, we are seeing. Ye trace it to the biblical Queen of Sheba, or Bible. Nanya Bible and a Queen of Sheba, so our books be Bremunia, Pachopi. She only book a crack chairman for the connection between Akunya and Haile Selassie Exesono and the biblical King Solomon and as a Queen of Sheba. The Pacho can only ask and body to fuck a cream and bring it Yana, ya initiative to me a pack more.
Mebacho, Medase, Osha, Abakosem, Ethiopia Abakosem, Sanye, Kebra Negast, Echena, say. Bible nature say Queen of the South, and I say Ohima be to Kwan called Shia Solomon. Now Bible na share down call Kumu details na Kebra Negas na Mighty as and Penyampa Ohima not that Ethiopia no I a friend of Queen Makida to Kwan Kosra King Solomon, the King of Israel. Now or Nsembisa or say Wate say oye nim de funti or no so or per se or one Nsembisa or person di could bisa no na afi oji tum sampa ampenyampa Israel Yamena na Israel hene no owo nim de sene amanfo di ne hwa dance na na into two kwan ko Israel ekostra King Solomon na kwantu mu no let me say King Solomon energy ne ho ema one no nya nkitahudie se mpaso agudie ema koba se ohema no enya ba na saa ba no na ye Solomon ne ba edikan enti abakosem kyerese ohema no esan ba Ethiopia na Ethiopia mamre mu no na ye ohema anedi ade nanso enam oni Solomon kitahuni nti no necessary yo him or yo obabunu na esanse oni Solomon nya nkitahudi nti na onya obabunu biem nti na ontimi ni akonwa ne emom ohyehyɛ se fiti samre ne kono eye Solomon ne nasefo ane bedi akonwa wo Ethiopia nti yakoba se Solomon ne ba edikan eye Queen Makida ba onya about 12 years no bisane ma me se hwan ne papa no peso ku hu ne papa nti ne maame jane kwan ma ne kosra papa ye King Solomon na odru Israel no am say Solomon ho ofe the friend of King David King David II na King David II no na akoye se Solomon ejakonya no Israel akonya no ama ne ba Bega Odikan Menelik the first and we seen a Hindi King Solomon King David II na osi na Hindi anyway you know Abrante no kai King Solomon say wa share maame bo say bedi a Hindi ewo Ethiopia maame ni mu the Solomon obuaja ne cannot say any side here all the other tribes of Israel on the firstborn sons say me Solomon me ba odikan kunintino all the other 11 tribes now makano monso mo bakan emedikan nti omo ne nko Ethiopia nti ba so mo kono omo timi efa the throne of David and the Ark of Covenant and the echo Ethiopia echo share Israel ahini ewo Ethiopia enu no Emperor Menelik the first ebe share ahini ase Ethiopia I want to aso no ale bedru Emperor Menelik the second also ebedi ade oja na chima ne nana Zoditua Koba Emperor Haile Selassie
I feel ABC Emperor Selassie so what connector my come pa ya da CP Raskofi yanko Prof Subio na Prof enti say ye can you say His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie Emperor Haile Selassie the first ne title ba ko Obiani Empire Mother and the King of Kings Lord of Lords conquering land of the tribe of Judah na say ye share sa title no na ye share stories so and I said history Raskofia Kache say ya me pacho connect ho ne mai kakra say ye kasa Bible nipa pifu say Bible ya dia ya dey every baby dey be imposed on Africans but Oceans Africans when we consider Ethiopian traditions now one of the oldest connections to the Bible me pacho for ho no na che ho na set mai kakra
yo midasipi emse se ahifo in a DC Emperor Haile Selassie in Ethiopia 2nd November 1930 na ye betri ya aba senya Ethiopia o mai na kasa na mse senya Ethiopia o mai na chini se which is almost be out one na sahi so na omo ye ahifo bi omo dimu pa Jefa said the family cell, what do you say? Omudimu Tigray region, Omudimu. Inti, or him back, I be, but sa, I am feeling them now, I am putting in us. Only now, I said, Asama Raskopi chair will be Sheba, and so I will see Empire Selassie. I any idea you will check that just a ufi sa ebusia Raskopi the home. your father say a Bible was not just a Bible was as a church. Maybe the back most of the friends say, okay, or no, the friend I hate in it. To the couple of Malaka say, King of Kings. Now, you're sure you're saying, Bia and Snap will be also which is English for him and Potochi for him, but Bia and Snap will be
Potochi.
Radio culture.
What's the true word for Portuguese? No, Potochi.
Potochi for.
From my daughter.
Into I want you back up. Now, I said, I'm sure you can't Ethiopia, Akonyana, a new bride, actually, just say, I check answer I couldn't see back. Oh, in fact, Izana, or any friend Izana, I know it. On your here, Odikaya. Or they are for the same, Christosum, about Ethiopia.
I see.
Interesting.
Let's say you can't, and yet Queen of Sheba ni Solomon cry a link no, and a day, sir, a different influence from within about Ethiopia at all.
Evidently, because Izana, a design a Christosum by ma, and you're not quite. When in the effect of Prometheus, as I Prometheus, meaning we are almost not multiple to move. Now, no more free effect of saying Nebano. Now, multiple to know where I am. No, to me, bass access. Maybe I'm too bass access. Now, the whole into it's almost a good children. I don't call or any other effect of saying, I hear feeling. And I'm be sorry, to me, I'm a Christosum and not to us because never is that a part of the bar or the kind of buy and son I better say. Second wave, you know, second wave, and I have to mention an engineer. Internet and what the answer I better say, you know, Shiba. And so
interesting. Interesting. Now, let's say, yeah, Christian tradition and Kasana. Let's try to find where it came from. Prof, maybe I've come across certain literature indicating several, sources and as several, links. Any idea? If we move at Chelsea, it's the Raskofika, Queen of Sheba, naming for Neba, the Ark of the Covenant. To say we have practically disproved that because it was before that. Now, I believe also at Tracy to pilgrimages, trade, and war. Some of them in some way contributed to the length, and I say how Christianity came into Ethiopia. Now, considering the fact that Ethiopia was a land of refuge for many a pilgrim.
Right. But my main part, your friend say in Cheshumka Kramba, and you said Christianity and Kashan by Nemo, the better say Judaism, Christian, depending, I have heard
that's right.
Ethiopia and
okay. Prof, my young court short commercial break home. The transitional bra on camera. Sisia na yetimin komoni papachopi. Why? Your court short commercial break in your bar. Prof will be on camera, and then we will continue the discussion. Kofi, Pepacho, Jinasumame, Menkolibia, your court short commercial break. We will be right back after this.
Since 1994, crafting natural products with organic shea butter and red palm oil. All products are available on Walmart.com and Shopify, or visit our website at chrismark.com.
All right, visit the website chrismark.com. Next time you go to Walmart, you know what you do. Go in the cosmetics aisle and buy shea butter based cosmetics. You will also be supporting our brother from Ghana, Chris Smart Products. Thank you very much. And let's go straight back to the conversation. We still have Ras Kofi Asante, and we now have Dr. Okon Wadie, Dr. Kwadwo Wadie on camera now. Thank you very much. Doc, thank you very much. You are on the road driving around, so you were able to catch us here. Thank you very much for your dedication. Absolutely. Okay, so now we'll make a point to assume from on. Now you say it's not just Christianity, but it was actually like some more of a Judaic culture, right? To which Christianity is inextricably linked.
Absolutely. No. Into him say you who you say you know be Ethiopia cry am better Israel. Omudin ebidim from side no but mo pesa din nti enye din a ye pesa bo ne din a omo ankasa omo from no ene better Israel. Asa better Israel for omo atna Ethiopia ache papa minimum uhwe omo amamre no so na che say ye friend say Judaism amamre na che say no omo di mo hono em say maybe enche ahibia no I'm saying 15 years ago, 20 years ago, Israel, the planes called Ethiopia and because it's a sanctuary be a friend is saying Ethiopia called Israel is and we know because I remember the brain actually what Israeli army sana now Judaic culture not just preso small preso Queen of Sheba now you bet me yes sad name Queen of Sheba yeah na so who can say say we are seeing our say bibi na if into me on one kasane who na house say I'm rene wo hodada no efra ebeye on one kasane Ethiopia Judaism ne buy no almost somewhere the omo yedada maybe to say Bella nominate ancient structures symbols never honor Judaism never Ethiopia your friend say Roman Christos and no because I'm doing say omo dia no sno kakra sno kakra say say omo de buy no omo afa bia manshim omo dia no da no so e de e ka ntinema omo ye fa sa show omo din dia sno kakra na no they culture na e wo hoda da na eno na me gidi say friend saying Emma Queen of call your friend. Now, you're another angle. Sorry, let's say, Obesha, a Christosumu Nano, sorry, much more mommy and Roman Catholic. Sorry, Catholic. Ancient Egypt. And I just said, almost in Omodia there, Omodia. Say, Omodia by your friend. To memory, a child pope share ancient capital and one year child na mo ahemfo ne mo atichifo and never be bra aso no ne anema na ancient and ancient Egypt for ohwe Peter's Basilica kwa behu bi ho your friend say obelisk if the ancient Egypt and ancient Ethiopia yi back of your friend is saying St. Peter's Basilica Rome also America Washington DC in a say no more say for Nankasa more can say Onyama a wabo training inside Fambra into say Italy be back this time by Ethiopia or more area if you Italy.
I see. Yo, wait there. Raskofi, my member also be. Now, yes, the significance is November 2nd. That Sabra no be a sha. You can say be as black people 7 preachers. So in condition and there woman in the eyes of the oppressors now. And so still a woman saw he be will be I was sitting share your card a botai a shiny start. The Yoko, the represent Yakobo you want a man. Hono, can was a cacramay. It was very, very strong significance for some of us because Osha, Sabreno, black people who were even worthy of having on him polo. And yeah, something else. Not to the degree say my makuma your song me no any in Africa representatives in Kano and yes say African countries they count a year your song me no ye can my your song me no or mo akasa hu say ohini ya pampa say yenso ye kwa ye nimu beba or sit me do hobi na ye kwa at least for the photo op if not for anything else. Kofi be pacho kan ho has kakramai na yen hwe yen wapia.
Ras medasi. Say Sabre no leader so a man be mine. If say Sabre no be sure na be mine. Yen baby a be before be na ye share abrofo soma say. Say Sabre no so na movement which say the Marcus Garvey's movement, and also now are very popular. It's not questions like where is the black man's kingdom, where is the black man's men of big affairs. Now Garveyism a bizarre question. We are seeing the coronation of Emperor Selassie. I said the year say this is the black man's kingdom, this is the black king. I said Nunyama. Who be among Europeans, no, and I yet say free Ethiopia. I feel so no titles no sending our cano. You will be brave before be brave, so no more. You have some more kind Bible and now some year Christ before no. Omu who say, "Sir, income should be almost share yesterday. And income share say Christ to be samba na." Or your best friend him or him, Ramara, your best sinner Indian. And we are the bridge say, yes, any panel. The perception said, Sisia before, Yenya, 2 mira, 2 beer, you beat me a genechi, no aquamayan. And I feel so Christo Sumuno, Chimpone say, Christo Nini, titles of Moka say, your best friend Christo, no, a Lunian. Emma. Obia inya ya hokika obia benya na wa ben no na wa kotu na se na wa ti na se no wa hwe ti meka se ye kwanhye ni da so bi a o de bread bi man no wa ma bi before ka se ene ye ntu enkohwe na na se ye nkota na chi ana ye nkosom no
yo prof ansana ye be kono ma mi sao you share a free a prayer Raskofi Ebeya. You who said liberation movement and the even human rights groups na there. Overshare na trace, never quite see be say so. Say Black Power movement, for instance. What's the link to November 2nd? Everybody saying that we need near some question say, me cry no. I'll say me sorry, me nice, me akasa media, esi me nice so this idea. November 2nd, significance, and that's our share the liberation movement of any form for the black race now. A dear connection, a woman.
Yo, Nanamida say, I'm say, answer November 2nd, na movements we are saying na before movements and make one say me. Na nini na no, ejina bibia na friend so say Ethiopianism just say omo money call Ethiopia. Na so omo money call Ethiopia na bebre no so ye omo kan. Na omo be friend say Bible and omo share kon no go say Ethiopia dino Samre no Ethiopianism no argument. I see yes you true career be esan say ye kon no pra Ethiopia ni omaya ni din ko ne bebre was a inti sa movement na Power America Ghana 1870 Ethiopianism, Nigeria, Australia, South Africa. It's a member Bebre. It's Ethiopianism in in fact, Ethiopianism. Marcus Garvey, okay, look to Ethiopia and no cancer. You were a be no what Chicago or no or can't Ghana or repeat it. I'm a chair in Kaya. Rastafarites no Hanum. Marcus Garvey, Leonard Howard, we know more Hanum. Mubesuyasa a doctrine on our liberty. No, I can say into Ethiopianism. No, you bet me. I can say any kind of idea. A mammy. That's what I can say. Says 2nd November. Bejina ho amaya who say a bibia etumpo. Not just say who say Ethiopia. And a man, Ethiopia, no, the Jew we are seeing now. I said, but to me, as you're Central Africa Republic. Who's your name was Abia, Nipa be able to try to be up in the field, be area. I'll be sure so there, you can't near Ethiopia. 1930, copy time. Yes, baby, that's what I said. No. Be mind there, a summer, just a general painting. Send your mask picture, not just a yes, you're true. We are so you're here. And who he has a baby in Elizabeth, and who he has a baby King George. Yes, you see him in Ethiopia. A friend of Emperor Haile, you see him out of Ethiopia. I a friend of Empress. Into 2nd November, so you be Ethiopian. You know, Ethiopia should be 2nd November. And Sanyama Nema, 2nd November. I want him here.
Interesting. Yo, you're bringing you're the best you have for a net. But I said, on the Rascofy. Bepacho for one summer, Opese Yehu about 2nd November. Nino for Emrebe Simabe, Numian Sabi, not for body to for my not professor Bremen. Sorry.
You are hearing me that say, I'm saying, you can't 2nd November before a man who say, young so you realm around with Dimo or self fatter. About 2 years. but we are say so about Ethiopia who by ma edida swaba ebibi we are seeing na enti I say before nyina no as I say ye ni tum ye ti ase ne ogina ho ma ebibi man bomu no yen kan yenya adwuma na ebibi man ka bomu na ogina ho ma no ebe wie peye if it's 2nd November chance before yan hinie yan die nie yetumi nie na ye chichire bibi man a me say ne fa so enu nie nti yakra me waka na bela so
yo kofi midasi yo prof Bepacho 2nd November and then our person dey be jay about it and say sorry sir
yo ne meka no say sisiano ohwa ebi fu bebre ho a na ye dwen say yen de sabe we ase no ni akoso ni na yen kan na say abrofo ne mo am say bibi say 2nd November yen so ye fi nura by ama nema akoso na person me twi wa dream bas Ghana cry ebi mai nani omanya egi ni fi ni hu fi your friend say abrofo ediso hu ye penny odi kan buy friend kwam you see kwam nkrumah so or ye prime minister of Ghana the first fraud so two country Ghana or baby fraud or Ethiopia. They say Argentina one call America and Argentina one call England. Name or call Ethiopia. Right, and now Egypt. So that's what I say. But maybe or call D can call Ethiopia. It's say no opposite or this a friend said you better kind of say connection. I be reminding Ethiopia no one about now. Oceans when you toss you know. Yeah, they be asking for say World Cup and African Cup, but just a nipa pick say, oh, now then Africa for countries be or man be when now mo flag get red gold na. Yeah, na but sure my dream pass say. Ni na no Ethiopia say me kan and ma sa red gold no.
There you go.
Inti me trust say yeah can say 2nd November. Inti who here say Jinaho ma yan before Jinaho say you behwe ni hu say yan so ye dinu bi o yasem ha yo na na yasem
yo prof ye da CP na ye kese ye di adwene echi a ye behwe fra enti ye de besi ya for ende na ye be invite obi a say anase be show bi am kran say monko pe November 2nd ho asem na montie ebi ana monsua bi nka ho esan say yemre ni so enye ni nanya betimi aka ba wakasa onya bre na otnase na wo hwe 1930 right Ghana nya independence 1957 Ghana is the first black African country nya independence now this was way before that time right ohene ewo Africa say eso nya okese bi si ye si ohene ewo oman we so na amaya ebe fi England ebe fi Portugal ebe fi inform nyina ebe ba be hie mu say omo be hye sa ohene ne monyam no e ka bi chen say before na sadia na e ka kire no e na me e show bi akwan say monko na monko hwehwe na yehu ye nipa ban say e before ye hwan mo a ye free he ansa na obi ebe fa ye sese be enkoa ye free he ansa na obi ebe ka bibia to ye trim say ye nye sabi nipa na bibia sa ye free he mo me hwehwe sadia ni Dr. Kwadwo Oponwade ene Minian Ras Kofi Asante medam asipa ene enimunyam a mo de ahye me ne se mo beka no ma ye bi sankomo ye da asipa wade enhyam dina
and also sir Ras
okay yo enti ye da ye nuanom no ase say yes, I'm back. We will continue the show with agriculture is next, after which we'll bring you arts and culture. And the arts and culture, no, synergy, as Sujabasa, don't go anywhere, stay close. And before that, by the way, as I was saying, we will have agriculture. And the time now we are Kakra, and we will beg the agriculture team to keep it crisp and short for us, please, so we can wrap up the show on time. Let's go for the short commercial break. Say a sign back. We will be here with AgriKULCHA right now.
Since 1994, crafting natural products with organic shea butter and red palm oil. All products are available on Walmart.com and Shopify, or visit our website at chrismark.com.
Okay, and we are back, and it's time, as I said, for AgriKULCHA. Culture. It's agriculture on Radio Culture and iCulture TV, and we have Roots Man to lead the charge. Roots Man, please take it away. What's going on for today?
Yeah, thank you, Kwesi, for hosting me once again. Today we are talking about the cultivation of cabbage.
Cultivation of cabbage?
Cabbage.
Okay, all right. Take it away.
Yes. With the botanical name of Brassica odoraceae capitata.
Brassica odoraceae nanenimia.
Brassica odoraceae capitata.
Okay, I'll practice that one, and next time when I come, I'll try it. All right, please take it away.
Okay, so let's delve right into it. Just give me a second. I'm trying to change location.
Okay.
Just want to feel a bit more comfortable.
Watch this video. Okay. All right. Okay. Start telling me the full video. Radio Culture. Radio Culture.
Yeah, Kwesi?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like I said earlier on, today we are talking about cabbage cultivation. And if you want to go into cabbage, these are the things that you need to look out for right from the beginning. Start with choosing the right variety. We have so many varieties. The common ones that we have are the green cabbage, red cabbage, purple. White is not that common. And then the headed cabbage, which is the most common type used in many dishes. So once you settle on your choice of variety, the next thing you do is your soil preparation. Yeah, cabbage prefers well-drained soil. And if we say well-drained soil, it doesn't mean soil that is like completely drained out of water. It's soil that is able to hold and expel excess water, but like hold enough for plant growth. So once that one is sorted out, yeah, you prepare your land. Back in the days, we knew that you can only plant cabbages on beds, but it's changed now. You don't have to go through those rigorous routine if you don't have the capacity to do it. You only need to make sure that you clear the land, make sure it's level, and loosen the soil enough to allow easy penetration of roots. So you don't need to do a bed to plant cabbage. Now we come to the planting itself. There are two recommended ways that you can do the planting by seeds. Like you sow the seeds, and then the other way is to you still sow the seeds anyway, but that is you do a nursery and then you transplant after some time. But the truth is, I wouldn't recommend direct sowing to anybody. It's very tedious job. Very tedious job. I wouldn't recommend it. It's better you do the nursery, and then at the appropriate time you transplant onto the main field. So, like I said, because of that, I wouldn't even waste time talking about direct sowing because it's very tedious job. We'll go for the transplanting. So you do your transplanting, and when they are about 4 to 6 inches tall, then you know it's ready for, like you do your nursery. Yeah, pardon me. You do your nursery, and then once it's about 4 to 6 inches tall at the nursery, then you know it's ready for transplanting. So you move it onto the main field, and then when you take it to the main field, you have normally we have what within rows and between rows. Within the rows, it's 18 to 24 inches. So basically, it's about 1.5 to 2 feet, and then between rows, that is like getting onto another row and starting from there, that is 24 to 36 inches for your cabbage. We come to watering. Cabbage requires consistent moisture. It's a plant that loves water, but at the same time, you need to be very careful because if you overwater it, you get into trouble and you start facing problems. They usually recommend that within the week, you take probably 2 days out of the week and water it copiously, like really deep watering. But apart from that, you need to balance it. It loves water, but you have to be very careful so you don't overwater. It's a plant which feeds regularly, like really voracious one. So it needs fertilizer at all costs. And in our case, we always keep on. We always keep hammering on. We always go for the organic alternatives. So in our case, we'll prefer any of the organic fertilizers, whether liquid fertilizer, compost, liquid manure. Yes, we prefer those ones. So yeah, if you are going to go into it and you go to go the organic way, you need to have these available. And then it says avoid over fertilizing, because if you do that, it will lead to excess leaf growth. The leaves will become plenty, but when you feel it, you can't feel like cabbage is supposed to be a bulb. But if you over fertilize it, you will see a very huge cabbage there, but you won't see the bulb. You press it down and it just goes down straight. If there's a bulb, when you press it, it shouldn't go down. Then it's a plant which has to deal a lot with pests and disease because it's succulent. So a lot of animals find it easy to feast on. The number one enemies are cabbage worms. They are like caterpillars that eat the cabbage. So with that one, you can do away with them with any of those organic insecticides that we talked about earlier. Cabbage flies are the next one. They are larvae that damage the roots of the cabbage. Same way you can do away with them with the organic insecticides that we talked about earlier on. Probably from time to time we'll keep bringing them up to refresh our memories. And then we have one called downy mildew. That is a fungal disease that affects the leaves. So you use fungicide to do away with it. We have, yes, organic alternatives for the fungicide as well. Even wood ash, it's very effective. When your cabbages are ready for harvest, now we go to harvesting. Ready for harvest, like I said earlier on, you need to, depend on the variety, the color, it will form in a particular way. But it has to be hard. Like if it's mature, when you press it, you feel that there's a bulb there. Like I was saying earlier on, if you over-fertilize it, you won't feel that bulb. You see a very huge plant there, very leafy, but no bulbs. So you need to first test for the bulb. Once you are satisfied that the bulb is there and the size is like good, then you cut with a knife. You cut at the base with a knife, leaving just a small stalk. It is normally recommended that you do your harvesting in the morning when the leaves are dry and crisp. Then after that, you can store them for a while. And we go to post-harvest care. Once you have harvested the cabbages, how do you keep it, like store it, prolong the shelf life? One, you wash the cabbage gently and then dry it so that any excess water that hides in the foliage will come out. You can store them in a plastic bag in the refrigerator. That way, I would even prefer shredding. You shred the cabbages. If you want to store them for a while, you shred the cabbages and put them, let's say, a Ziploc bag, and then you put them in the refrigerator. For long-term storage, you can do the same shredding and then freeze it. And then we'll end by giving a few tips for successful cabbage growing. One, you need to rotate the crops each year to prevent soil depletion. Like I said, they are very voracious feeders. They feed a lot on the nutrients in the soil. So if you continue to plant cabbage on the same piece of land for a long time, then what happens is it will take up the nutrients in the soil and subsequent productions will not be good. Like the results will not be good. Use mulch. We keep on talking about organic. So yes, if you put a lot of mulch there, it will retain the moisture and suppress weeds. I've spoken about this already. Avoid planting cabbage in the same spot for 3 to 4 years. Yes, you don't have to do it. Probably one, you planted this season, you might try it the next season again. But on your third production, you need to change the location. Let's say you have your field, you can divide it into, let's say, 4, plant a quarter of it with cabbages and the others with other crops. But after, let's say, the second production, where you planted the cabbages, don't plant it there again, change it. You can take that one to, let's say, where you planted the green pepper or something. And then the last tip, plant companion plants. Companion plants, I will just leave it blank here because it's a topic I plan to teach, talk about it next week. So we'll delve more into companion planting next week, the advantages and what it does for your crops and all those things. So we'll delve into that one next week. So thank you, viewers, once again. This is what we brought you for this week. And as has been the practice for some time now, I will quickly go into it using the local language I can, so that our farmers who are unfortunately, some of our farmers who are unfortunately not well lettered can also get the information and apply it in the farms. It's here for me, actually, for my mama. Adro, AgriKULCHA TV, any radio culture show. And you may, yeah, you didn't come out kakra. Efano said they basically do cabbage. Oh, you know, me didn't kind no potokase. The me born no tofa ya kan kase ni sumu na ama friends. Ye tie for na muso sebe omanko school no muso enya ni bia ni bi e da ye djuma omofu. Ebi kan no wo be ye cabbage na I say we din kan wo hwehwe wo seed na obedua no variety different variety sonko no ye woni bebre cabbage bi wa green ebi purple de Ghana high friend violet no ye will be wa koko even ebi kra ye fita nti no wo hwe de ye wo umpotem no wafa no na most of the time the ye dua wa ha any different headed cabbage green, not dark green, but light green with a few white distortions. I know that ye dua no ye friends saying ye area mu ha pa cabbage na gasa no ye ka enye friends saying plant ye tropical plant say e bibrem abrofo mu, but yamin chade no ye wo yeso ya and na say obehwe no wenya the right variety na so wodua no ye fre no so a ye kɔ wasase no so asase na wo yeso adwuma no I will say o hwe na o prepare o siesie so na siesie no first no yesua ni na ye go school no na the woman ye ti gadwin kwa ye ni say the only time I bet me do a cabbage and so baby no bed so obebo bed say me who bed in coffee kese so tra no ye be say no ye ma ye ku afọ no chance say o do a cabbage and by force say bo bed so o wan won na bet me da bo bed na fine bed no a wo bo no the same thing na say e ma asase ni mu loose free, so that what the cabbage in sima ni hini no enya kwan afefem easy afemu free anything na ma bed no, but adebeso adwuma pa ntia fan say wo ye cabbage no kese pa na utumi bo bed no this e bia wo sika wo machines say bia wo tractor ne hunga kan no betumi and ye bed pa betumi ranges but that is a coffee and ni na meka no ne botaya is a tire ni senti ni na say ye ma asase ni mu aye loose, so that edua ade ebedua no ni hini no na ni ntini no etumi afem e ma na ye fine nti no time bi asori ye no AgriKULCHA TV any radio culture ha no ye da ye obi be se brofo se ye mission ye ni so ade hu se ye pese bi time bia no ye be call organic ye kire said ye obaye kuya na umfa endro basa bia nkakeka na ema me ha bi nti no time bia no ye tete bia no ye pia ye ho ekọ more towards organic and nti no ye be kire se o se with the organic matter na wo de beka ho ebi ni sebe kuko bi ni the intride ho compost sa no mani na no betumi e de aye afi e ba ne say ye bedua ye cabbage na ye wo kwan menu aye fa so dua ada say wo bedua ne seed no baako na no na meka e wo potokasa no say e adwumaden wo ye say wo dua na baako e din. So we verse cabbage 5 acres. You can plant one seed. Into the best way, yeah, say, obey nursery, obedria, first, cabbage, our nursery first. Into we are by 3 to 4 weeks time. No, I share. The tin say, yeah, 4 to 6 inches, and I just say time and do so. Say, utuna, otite, and a friend, body friend transplanting. In our case, you better prefer say, you better nursery, yeah, do ututu, and I say, otita. Who say, you prefer so be on the line so that which me at the muye and the pass and easy. So be able to into within the line, obey no, if I say ruler no, back on the fan, depending on variety of fire. And I feel starting line for from so if it's a line way, edible way, no soon ruler no mean, and I say me depending on variety of cabbage or fire. I feel so cabbage a pensio pa nanso o se ohwe ni wan hwe ni na senso so koye too much and so what is so so bebrebe anti no I say wo ye e friend wo geji wo hwe wo wasase no say the bidin kan na say ye well drained soil no and interest say what so ni na efi asase no ye ka say well drained soil e asase a etumi etwe nsu a ehia no if you are na maintaining the here the be dua the be boama eduaba no enyin prom no and fa excess water nsu bebrebia engina ho na emane pro and the friend well doing so it is asase ne bi na wo hia for your friend saying o cabbage em say fertilizer be dey kan wasem dey da you be use organic options and compost chicken manure, cow dung, you can use any of them. Yeah, said it the baby cabbage so I want a yare na de wo as one train year and higher than bit me by ye and webbing it to get almost the second place. I said so not getting it. They're from cabbage webs. Or mobile would do or very fencing. Have I need who's a cabbage I have Embre na nsuo wo mti amwa na mo de nti wodi ho agro obewe ne sisi a de no sa na ba spray na obe spray no so say dem kan no ye organic nti no obetumi de any of the sprays I ye kire say garlic spray chili garlic ne neem na de obetumi de e be spray e be kum anu na fencing o plant na e free ye wo mo bi so cabbage flies o my say fencing gogomi bi sa no but omo enyi be once na type omo so ebe say we no o cabbage no it said dem kan ni na no spraying no so no ye product apani ye call organic if you want ma na ye do harvesting said they basi ye try ye mu say ye excuse me a friend saying your cabbage now ready. Excuse me. You know, the mama be who cabbage ready and say, what was Sabeka? Oh, I was a cabbage, a former ball kakra kebi finfini no. Until we don't Sabeka, when we say, oh, I had drinks, ball no soon, drinks so. Say, yeah, ready, ball no, Saka, who say, Umia betum. Say, I ready, Umia and tom. And this around that time, it is a harvest. So recommended where say what the second way channel. I want to say, we try to see the we are now a friend saying, yeah, we be a friend post harvest care. We no said obviously access into over room fine because I am normally and then to room one. No hata so that it show can happen as on if we are over store. Now story na make sure say me prefer say obey you see. But you try to get and sign maybe out the ziploc bag. But with that share or fridge mu, ube you see be away. But some say store the cha, and what you try to the ziploc bag now they share freezer. I never quite say we didn't get something that say men do cabbage, we were the same place for so many years because Udriano Sana, Mwa, a Musadeno, Assassin Musadino Bessa, Zero cabbage in a papa. The Adema, where companion planting, my say, no man can send maybe Yebeja, yes, next week. Next week, you know, your photo of it, I may any companion planting. It's for the especially. Yeah, and then Kakra at the brim. West Marche, Rasses at the Marco Studio.
Thank you very much, Rootsman, for that very enlightening class, my friend class, a great class, right, on how to grow cabbage properly. Now, cabbage, before we go cabbage, apart from the main time party cabbage to nearby there. And I say cabbage near the jollof near there. If you need to say, I will go and eat cabbage.
Cabbage, you know, is the year said they will carry by year. What the best stew, no, but to me, I am, but they are to me, I am good there. To be honest with you, know, I enjoy it when it is with palm oil. I'm the palm oil, yeah, I am in the same. I'm one, I am. Your love said they will carry. If you cry the year and quite like we chance and we are very nice. This time on 1 year pie, they use a lot of base in their craft. Yeah, probably I'll have to come to the nutritionist and more info, but yeah, they use it in a lot of dishes.
Yeah. And I'm in salads, except that personally, I don't like cabbage in my salad. I'm just saying. I like my cabbage boiled. I mean, just maybe psychological, but
psychological because yeah. You know, we all know where most of this cabbage, if it has a, to be honest with you, like me, I don't feel safe eating the raw cabbage.
Yeah.
I don't feel safe because I mean, a lot of them are doused with the chemicals. And aside that, people are especially local cities. Very good.
One thing I want
the best who spray chemical cabbage. You have to know, say, at least it will take about 3-4 days and sign SS1 I evaporate it. You know, the chemical is there. Now, like I was saying, you know, your cities are there now. Those who do the cabbages around this gutters in there, industrial sites, most of factory, they got a bed that should be a woman in the farm or they water very dangerous. To be that is why when I go to use organic farms and I pick cabbage there, I'll be more than happy to chew it raw because I know where it's coming from, how it's planted.
Exactly. Yo, Rootsman, yeah, that's a next week. We can't wait to get
next week. Main topic. We might talk about other issues, but the main topic will be on companion planting.
Companion planting for next week it is. Thank you very much for your time today. Yeah, that's a fine show.
Let's talk after the show.
By all means, as we always do. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so that's Rootsman with AgriKULCHA. Yemko straight to go get a report, after which we will be back with arts and culture. Arts and culture, like I said, Synergy is on standby for that, and he's going to bring us a solid report today. But before that, let's go straight and bring our man Justice Mafo for the report. And then you commercial break because you're spending because of bonus you're spending too much time. Quick. Justice, report from Ghana. And then I want
party. Woman, Brian, a champion, a former minister. To our Now, want to create 9 12 man be 18 no na mbunu bi amu sentiment temo do ma ci nyina Pro-Bawumia because ni nyina nyana na mo Brian Champo ay ti do aw ko ka ho magan rigidi o MPP ni mo afi so bi any pina say enya de be handle ay over for ama NDC for ka ho bi ama Ghana for GP MPP aka kunya de ko ko bra na
ya party mo ma do mo di so mo fa ko ni bia dia o mo se ka ni bi o mo ke ka no e mo party ka no ebi ye wura no di we ni mo na se obedi na se so be wa te me mo ha
na no se ko di nkomo
na oba ye no e de ani di
Kafra
police station for no dey do on echi nese ma waka nyina ne se Dr. Laji Mahmoud Bawumia ana amene tibani nkunim 2024 elections na mabro ye wa ha sei ye ka ma ye wura Dr. Brancham party asese enye Dr. Laji Mahmoud Bawumia na ma ye di njo enye Dr. Laji Mahmoud Bawumia na ma ye di njo 2024 elections na mom eni ba be se wono ye wura Dr. Brancham Paul ka ho ena ma njo na di e no e ba so ye ka na be se kire se ninsem kaye ni bi o ke kaye ya koto aba no ebi ma Ghana fo no so ebufu etie na bi party bi say otimi gina ba bi no aka se ono de se wo ye party panyin se koto ba 2024 na se abato no Ghana fo anto aba na fa ma MPP ram kwa ye patu ni ba ma NDC ye nyina ni befe se sansem bi sa no o ka Ghana fo ye Ghana ye pass mbie ya sumbie man nti se wo ye party panyin na se o ka sansem bi se ba konti a o sha Ghana fo ebufu enu nti se ye wura no e twe ne ho free defeat na course 2024 no a ya mana mu se o ka ho ba na defeat no ba ye bia mu so ye ba kai se senate mu sensem senate hotels ye wura ye wo ye party pani budi mu party we be ten hotel o se Ghana for hotel na fama. Here's the case, we've got about 1.7 million people on the senate to the diplomat and if you are much and says 1.7 million people about a man got Yɛhɛ nyɛma wɔ yɛ as a Greek minister. Yɛbɛtɔ aba paa nanka areas ya nkuyafo hɔ ɔmo hia mmoa ɛde adi dwuma aboa ma Ghana yɛkua asɛm akɔ soro no. Wɔtumi campaign nneɛma.
Oni pa yɛte na Kwadwo Pipim yi ɛwɔ TikTok DH News na ene dia ko bi na TikTok aya na aya China ma wasa jato mo ye ni dia ko fa bae no na KM post aya aya follow duba now ko het die tibianity o man non me boss e se fire no ma you at the crop is yana bae o na zuba e ka
okay, I don't know what's going on in there, but
the investigations in Ebemayeno, Ebemayahu, and I'm on twice, the BCR. The Ebeya is there. Yeah, directed the regional fire department, say, Omunya investigations. Yet to be investigation, because Omugusu Edumjano. It say the air part is there. You can see a bridge, you do January investigations never share the sea. Na fear ready be eja force majeure obi an so that say over be investment eja nshi nti ya hangwa na eja ehyewa abochire nyina accident eja she nti over be investment atoye ncheme de enuti na insurance wo enuti na oba yes the fire certificate ti na ma auto fire extinguishers ti na ma oji EPA kata ọmụ wọ ọmụ nke ata n'inya na emum from so kakra me fi say buy ni say enye enough say wo fa certificate and enye enough say wo fa tender na emum who was anomana one odi ye uni omo yejuma no chi omo ni use eti na me ojiri say mante no no omo wo knowledge on how to use a fire extinguishers appropriately abianka omo teme brass nti ebe so one of fire extinguishers in say next week enye nsheso ba wa ba mbonti fire service for ba we dwuma a na wa say me na we work na e wo no omo achi omo how to use the fire extinguishers.
Na wakati wana asante CFO to be two just omo be hwese se ho ho na eduma na se o mo do magic ano pitate enso so
nti fa na no ba enye tanka no waka say the whole fire tender no nsuo ni wo baby nsuo wo phone compound eyi equipment column wo nti obegina na so o nsuo na by 5 minutes 6 minutes nsuo na asa eso sa ko nti yanka wo hydrant e wo sa kwa main road iso a enane say unhia tender wo connecting hoses no na o fighting nyama ese wo ye ese wo ye fire hydrant nyina so ye bi ewo we promises fire fighting equipment extinguishers so udb show smoke detectors warning system so ye bi enti ya dia ye catch obi say as at now this building unless say ye investigation ni ehu say sa nyama nyina no did they comply as me general me can tell whether they comply or not. A future ne say enye say omo ye project a future koma obi biara say e jasem de me ngo ke o ba asisi ana say okonfo ba ha ne ma hi no betumi afa kichuwe bi nkonwa e okwa onfa stracha no onfa ne ma nkitinkiti aye vulnerable no be fa ko ba ijade oba obe se nyina nti mumma ye ni nko eja hihye ho ye ma ye ni mre say ye sidan na nyema emfa eja hihye ma enu ne ese ye ne preventive fires ye ma ne ni mre me ensure security nkoya but safety to be what or because abi no say ashibabia
fire ono so ye videos ni nyina nti ka upebi ko GH news wa he ya ha de ma fin nyina
yo justice recipe audio ni nye papa nti ana ka me pese me engage you kakra but audio ni nye ntino ye kasa pi ye de be si ha but adeba ko a me kan quick answer ne be concept fire chief ni kasa no say normal way na wo se uyebi ho na menti ase papa me de na my fire hydrant betimi ato fire extinguisher betimi ato alarm systems smoke systems right but okay say wo se uyebi fire hydrant there me de na asan ni bi na my yebi and we are buying asede e was about making sure say fire hydrants are a part of the planning of our cities, especially new cities I am building, and I say, maybe I expand cities now. Young person are normal way, and you're part of the planning. Maybe I'm away, not too far from here. More video be next week. Almost see that, almost new way. Now, should they almost see it now? Before mobile team be back, mobile lay pipes, or mobile lay, your friend water mains, or more lady beer. No major honomoko. Now next people are no mobile. It's before Obeba, no be beer or Obeba plug in that. What I say? Two pass over baby, and yapping a walk away beer, Obaba plug into something. It's some fire hydrants did the patrol, I mean, as a matter of policy. Or someone making sure say fire hydrants are a part of our planning. I face so no say, even Zubakra, Casanosu, no more being by force. Which say if you have a cast of a book of one and no ban into a bit soft to the but no more so well say enforced. And part of it, a fire prevention equipment or store, you have to be made by force as a matter of policy to have a fire extinguisher. Because se uni BCC and say a jaka crazy statue or war say ya before we will not spread the other nipa bebre normal. And so be a kawuni papa or fire extinguisher and can start here now. No one will do now assembly assembly. I will say yeah by force. So I will say especially in the commercial areas no. I will say every commercial unit be a fire extinguisher at the very least. What small one night we do journey. Into kakra meka wo no. That's it. That's it. Nyamisha next week you be seeing share with another stellar report. Hopefully you benya better audio need me I discuss it or report me but yeah that's it. Nyamisha. Okay. My name say we freeze you say then why saying Kwan or Shemisa. I'm not sure. Okay, Synergy. If you are ready, please come in the gear. Let's go for arts and culture. We will be right back after this break. And after this break, we will bring you arts and culture, and then we'll wrap up the show. Please don't go away.
Since 1994, crafting natural products with organic shea butter and red palm oil. All products are available on Walmart.com and Shopify, or visit our website at chrismark.com.
Hot a fire burn them. Red lava done them. Diarrhea run them. The wrath of God upon them.
I am your thief, your cells on fire. You're killing people every day. Anytime you open your mouth, up here lie, you're leading my people astray.
Government by family and friend, corruption never end. And you tell us, said you are God sent, but when we turn around the bend, you thieving with a pen. Coffee with family, and I struggle for fed. And when you come after we, like the cock on the end. What a pity when we sell our dignity as spent. Politicians them attack we from the rear end. Leave it to a dead end. And the fake preacher telling I and I feel repent. With the money in my pocket is the mountain I get. And when the gap are ever widen, fences can mend. So this question I send.
Where the money there? 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 Where the money there?
And me say where the money there?
I don't know.
Whoa, at the fire bonding. Until they change their mind, the wrath of God upon them.
Through your lies and Conception, wrong education, you're posing yourself one way. But when the church and the state collaborate to keep us in slavery.
And by the ballot and the bullet, they put their gun to it head. Them say you have the right to talk, but talk too loud and you dead. It's like them have a different system for the leader and the leader. Hurt or run red. So get the youth boss rise and show them how things be run. If them can't do it, come and make we show them how we done. And we now no more room for them like them gates are gone. Up your fire burner. What I mean say?
Where the money there? 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 Where the money there?
I me say where the money there?
I don't know.
Where the money oh?
I don't know.
So where the money there? Hiding in the Cayman Islands. So where the money they invested in foreign lands. So where the money they me personally I don't know. So where the money they where the money they yo. And I mean say hot a fire burn them. Red lava down them. Diarrhea run there. And the wrath of God upon them. Until them change their mind. Wrath of God upon them. But for people plan, wrath of God upon them.
All right, and we are back, and that's how you know it's time for arts and culture. And when it gets to arts and culture, you know there's only one name you expect to hear, the man we all love to call Synergy. Bismarck appear Synergy. Big boss.
Yes, sir. All correct.
All correct, sir. Arts and culture.
All right.
Take it away, boss.
All right, then. Well, for the sake of time, we all know we've been enjoying a massive explosive interview right on Radio Culture. So, for those who are joining and then I'm sure they've really learned a lot. And I was really enjoying the part that you were doing the 95th coronation of Haile Selassie. I had a question to ask you, though, but I think I was just behind the scene listening to the whole conversation. But my question will go straight to you. I just want to find out, is that the reason why most people in this reggae industry are called this Rastafari thing? Because I know his real name is Rastafari Conan or something like that.
So yes, very briefly. Yeah, his actual name is Tafari Makonnen, right? His father was called Makonnen, Ras Makonnen. Ras means king, right?
Okay.
Ras it's all by your kind memoir. Your war, Nana say, Nana Huan. Into Ras, a title, I just say, Ohine. Now, your friend Papa Makonnen, and your friend Tafari.
Okay.
Into Ras Tafari now, a title Ras, and then you deem Tafari.
Okay.
To Ras Tafari Makonnen, that's his actual name. Now, you didn't see a yes or no. Let's say, for instance, near friend Bema, right? Now, you didn't see a yes or no. or say to out of me. Same thing with Emperor Selassie. Not your friend Ras Tafari Makonnen. They didn't see a yes or no. Yeah, Emperor Haile Selassie of Fadi Haile Selassie. The Haile Selassie never found a name. What is it? But Nidian Kasankasa, you do and only Rastafari now. Rastas, and they are told also about the year we ever said, Sana Cemetery.
Oh, nice. So the Rastafari thing came from his name, meaning the originator of that name.
Yes.
Oh, nice. All right. Thank you for the brief explanation on that. I think it's very clear to me. Now let's move on to art and culture. And this time we are coming straight and going straight to the family of the late legendary Dad Lumba. For some weeks now, we've been enjoying the update on Dad Lumba's death as to who becomes the rightful legal wife. That is what the families are always fighting for, especially the wife I friend Accusers and Odobroni. Now we promised the viewers that on 28th, after the court ruling, near the update, about so starting from 28th, the sitting he actually to say I was say about discuss and I said the court has to say to who becomes the rightful legal wife of that member and the intention 28th October and a court etna now before that said by then she opinion so as an application to him he said Accusers doesn't have the legal capacity to send anything a year that Lumba washing to court. So court I was so on 28th when we went to court, thinking said that is going to be the first application and I bet you more some and I was a penny say withdraw an application. The court suit out for Mammy that have the legal capacity. So I did the Lumba court. Now the penny himself every draw state the application. And it was left with the injunction and the legal writer, the Ebema Kushia Sewa, the German wife of that number. That is how I have to put it for so the injunction was the first the first preliminary application court, it's not so preceded by during the act. According to during the act, she's not going to grant the injunction, and she has two reasons. One is none of the parties, that is Accusers, and the other family, and it's proved if she doesn't grant the injunction, it's problem, and to with that, the family has to go and solve their differences. So she didn't grant the injunction. And she as it stands now, the injunction on that Bloomberg's death, court about isn't in any capacity to the injunction. Now the other reason or something was it takes only death and a automatic divorce. So as that number would automatically the divorce is granted. So the rest is to sit down with the now any cultural traditional right to be a Busiano, or my Yasadi, and of course, and so again say that Edema Penny said. Now the Penny has the full right to organize INRA. Now on assigning any responsibility to anyone, but Mammy Accusers doesn't have the legal capacity to bring any injunction here on the family at the funeral of the late Daddy Lumba. Now I know was the application the next one the main thing I know Mammy Accusers the legal right to become and I say to be the donate here. One no beyond sound so emphatic the document on 31st October. That is the next 2 days after the sitting on 28th for now. Yankono Bian submitting the document on 31st October. 31st October court BM in that section of various documents, the court said we have to go home again and return on 3rd November 2025. Now, and at the unexpected, Ekukusi, court, a calling for say, Obi answering Kutu, Yebina, Asia, Mame, and Estina pursue the elder sister for that Lumba. Now, how Nani said she wants to talk to the Penny should give her the listening ear. But in the video, we saw that some guys are not on my side, didn't permit her to speak to Penny. Now, and none out of frustration or anger, bitterness, she evoked the incantation of Asante, stating that the Penny I'm a man find the reason, the cause of that number's death there. And yet, what Otum Tam Tessie Eddie Globe Japan says he will live not in that number, a body, normally a year, and the assumptions as one fact. Now, a hawk and seven. Baby, issues you definitely get some traditional people who most of our witnesses for the sake of content, What kind of seminar no be say I say we dey match with it. And was say copy o tun for ahimfe. Nti sada na straight just hene the ma o tun for. Ehwa na ma me Ernestina. Owusu ekọ report to case na dey to hɔ no me say. Me busu pani enemy nti ma kan tam kese e dey egu no so. Na just hene sisia me no eta say dey ya to e dey afre that look back Japanese say instead of saying 3rd November, okay, before court, they have to put here the ruling on who becomes the legal wife. Case on Monday, we are going straight to just now. You have to put here to my friend and say, in terms of now, mammy, pursue a can, a bejina, and not an angel. Until that, because of incantation, that look the year was about on 6th December. Is on hold due to mommy and Nestina pursue some Kessia Wakokam. So let's first listen to the video and mommy and Nestina pursue wanted to talk to their Bushia Penny. Yankees evidence if newsroom that video is ready.
That's oh dear Niangasa. Chance ya wu abusiana ebi ebe so amutiti and say mini a chance when nipa. And see me count me sell 2 for come and time kese. I can't time kese say. Say me wa for no do almost catch us funu. No mama ya hwehwe wo no mu ya. Cause my cancer. I declare KULCHA. As I see you. Say ya hu me can what to for time.
It's a court that says season so ombe ya yi no 6 December yi ni ba.
Na maka no enti won go yi no nya.
Okay, nice one. And that is what happened on 31st October. Now, some anymore. As to the assembly drew, yeah, and meet you on Monday, 3rd November. Is the other video. If this room can also get me the video of Jason responding to this in Tam Kessian.
I know you to go for a young friend, into a bar, and the opportunity say, and Tankese, Lumba Biabana can Tankese, Ebusuno Blase. So you can say, if you know on the season for you from now, the social from Guia, or to Tankese. Janona, Yabashi, Yabu, and Tankese, the Obian TV dream fan Tankese. And tell me goes through to Ghana, and tell me a goose, walk around and Abua, you know, yes, and tell you, I have to pay you. One yan, no, the small for sale.
All right, people that is just now. Has to appear before the judge, and if probably there was an equa on the 3rd November 2025. As it stands now, we are speaking for tomorrow, especially with regards to the Casino. Now, let me give for the sake of education, Mami Chiri Member, a billion years, a dear international income case, a very, very over. A bit to me, after the attention of Otun, one in a hint, a new give your opinion, Sana, be good ornament for you, and we asante and time the moment it takes us back to history as at the time the then not all people will be obedient when it comes to traditional or two kunyano but for say need ever in into no matter the number of children or two ebinya just and what for any bit akunyana possible so the sister of the then was given say edema our edema na never sanka through that nkayenya na kasan ko na ba bi akunya no but unfortunately for first born we second born the third time was something that is one I caught the attention of water that be first one they would, second one they would, and then this third one I am not going to sit down for this one to die. And yes, asante asante. I might not get someone will be taking over. You know, I will say a friend those are going to be in terms of spirituality. Normally I'm many the group. Inti no normal year a man the third one is the man asante mine. Into no another den or two for car say Sadi way akunya na so na ye we ama betimenya wo bi obedima de dia we ayame tam kese enti santam kese na maame emetia to ekokan no the history behind that culturally and traditionally yes adi enti yen kan kese wo kan asante ayaw wo kan wo idea to asante ka asia asante in terms of the age thing I was able to take over the Asante Kingdom, and that is the education I was saying here. And you know, now the education is on in some cases, and a better Abusiapeni, and the entire Abusia of that number. She said, the can you a year now, court, a grant prana, so now a year so Ras, if you have any question, I am listening at the chance now.
I wish sector audio need better. Audio need my trouble pie, but still, me and time can see answer me. Why did you continue? Because all along, I mean, said, Sebi, Yana something here, Odikain, or Shrini, name one, River Prime, so no. You said, no, the young can see no.
Dabi.
I see.
Yes.
Wow.
New sound for radio.
Winton also tell radio culture all the time. What I say, who need the crowd power education? This is completely new for me. Wow.
Yeah.
I see. And now, Mami Akoka and Tami Entino Asemna call. Synergy, same way na Kasano. Aye bibi mami aye bibre wo meni so bi say oh
okay
yeah aye bibre wo meni so meni ade
ya hina aye bibre na yenti
luma sami ni na ade ho beka mami cousin to ye post school na ya me classmate back ye chairman na master teacher no trewe na say obi sa kwachi na wan tia say twede bi odi be face no enti oye no aka cho say o ti trap no ma chere wase but that's what I don't understand. What don't you understand? I see the whole show.
Okay.
I don't really understand the whole show. But I said, I didn't see even within that, it was opinion on meeting who you have because or no, I ever find the same for your opinion of
yes.
And can be some to preserve the memory of our brother, our uncle, our father, our whatever, our son, that the Lumbano.
Yes.
Nanke was said, me Kame first also offer a bit of a neutral position. Nanka obey can't send in such a way about Toyemo Beba. Necessarily, you must put on one side. Fair enough. Who bet me determine on that side, say Neko. But you are faced with a situation now. There's another angle to the story. And also no, any issue say. It is coming up first for first normal menu with tradition. And now modern you can say no art play. The red pattern so no you worry or court or Germany. Unfortunately, if you ask me, German law any precedence in Ghana. And Ghana recognizes traditional marriage and traditional law. It's a basic panic on in Yahabai. Sassam we are. Yeah, the same previous.
Let me give you another shocking update on this. What's about with regards to Awariano and Semono. I think the other time we gave an education and the video is on GH News now on YouTube and Facebook for people. Somebody put here Awariano and Semona. Now, one thing, people in Yanti and the Bukura ending, within the week, 4 days to say about court on 28th for no. The Abusia Penny, Mami Akushia, Sewa, any Priscilla, Ofori, your friend or Dobroni, a representatives, a copium, a war. Asawase ahimfi said by Nana Ose Kwame Chichi Asante Man Enkos Wahen ahimfi and Hong Kong and no airway on 24th October. They went there with the same issue, you know. Say they want to understand. Say no credit, say ma make president. That number was now so so they are the document that we I say I put you say once you say you say you are so on to a document actually say or a certified man so ever. But unfortunately that press release dated 4th October 2025. 4 days to the date I did call court on 28th. It appeared to everyone say one Mami Akushia was asked to present the document. She was able to present the document. Then they asked Odobroni to also present the document and certify and say or no a legal wife of that Lumba. But unfortunately, or no, the Busia Penny are also a cassette. What paid you when you information now or fact itself that Lumba. None of them were able to present a document certifying that Odobroni was married to that Lumba. And you know, the one of Asante Mine by name Nana Ose Kwame Chichi, and one I can say with the documents he has at hand, any Accusers say what they know, he declare Mami Accusers say what legal wife, but court is there. And just now, it has always been declared, but just say court issue now. You know, we are also waiting for what court will also say about it.
Oko declare what him fee. That's still a seminar will declare what him fee. No, it is you can say subservient to assembly. I am kind of a quarter. 7 previous. Now, what is the real value of SAR pronouncement? Maybe so, maybe I maybe such a case. I make it a Sassy window. A basic panic on in Yahabai. Eddie Nyan Sansabi,
yeah.
I don't see who says Sassy way. Yashia, who was an Eddie Sana court, Ediama Fabako, Napabako, a Uniam. Meanwhile, you bet me at the assembly every court. I can't send them a family nina a what
exactly because on 31st the me and Stina Fosu a cancer antamono. The reason they said she wanted to talk to Abusia Penny, but Abusia Penny no. Now the reason so they say she doesn't understand certain things and I say certain information regarding what led to the death of that Lumba. Another
matter altogether.
Yes.
Criminal investigation into the death of that Lumba. Another matter altogether. I said, "Me, and then it's not the Let's move my yen say me and penny crab bread. I'm an assume, you know. Message.
But to me, I think. But to me, I think the right thing has to be done. Whether who becomes the rightful or the legal wife, and only day another thing on its own. But one thing I know, dear, maybe she say, you to one among is the investigation. Who the actual thing that led to the death of that Lumba. And no, dear, whether the penny agrees or not. That Lumba was not just a normal.
I don't know agree. I don't know agree.
And that is what he doesn't want to agree.
The woman can cause the investigation to be carried out. I don't think that is the purview of the bishop at all.
Yes. But you know one thing. When it comes to tradition, any cultural practices, Ghana especially, we are most particular about the respect we give to Obusia Penny. Therefore, meaning they take charge of what needs to be done in the family. So if they don't say they support something, you cannot do it unless it's all the family finds. So that is court issue. Now, and none of one way or the other, no, they are trying to do that, but still now, in fact, and I will be me sure to be in a 2 in 4 and this in a pussy that is a lumber nearby. Me sure to be in a 2 in 4. A catcher is any one cast and come with. Then they could put 2 for him. Yeah, you been that in why are you avoiding us investigation? Why are you avoiding that? You are interested in it.
So being a tune is out for now. Meaning say I put up upon or demand. Meaning I put up upon there because sometimes they can't call. What that makes you can't have no maybe I'll
yes.
But you could have chosen another way. Say you're tune for attention I will pair.
And that way the results.
And like I was going to say, synergy, before I said, I don't think anybody, I've not heard anybody saying that or looking in that direction. But I say, if it's me, I can Nankasa into the 90s assemblies. Matter so much that the Lumba you're tuned for this year. Or you're tuned for this year, you're tuned for 90s assemblies. Because you're not tuned in 90s assemblies, not to say, hey, say a court will say a genuine end of matter. To be honest with you.
And that is the point we've got into. And only a drew one.
And I mean, you should say, person or Beckers, so dear. And then your Henry, so Busana so one Kazansu, and send your one, so say, or two for Beckers, if your person didn't nine basis one for Peppers or Becoa and Bisa. And it's never say, opinion in on. And rises the occasion because at this point, the boy is in the squad. So no, it decided it's okay. But my friend and by me, and to ask them being why this kind of nature. I said, you are why this kind of nature. My friend, my name, Bianca Nasa, or my cancer, maybe, or be a lawyer. You're from a lawyer, so you're not a amicable solution to this, so that the Lumba will be laid to rest peacefully.
Yes.
Some confinance and Nanka produce a Kenyan pancake or Chassis and Kamoba Print will say, may penny deny you. There could be a 7 produce and for that from Nakadia. I don't get it.
Well, anyway. Never change. Now, for so far, like I said, if you want to know the full insight of this story with regards to interviews done with lawyers, education done on various certificates and court issues, a more application. Go on GH News now on Facebook, KULCHA TV on YouTube. Ubenya everything there was a with for the sake of contempt and number 20. If you are speaking, you speak what is out there, a year factual, but not with your emotions. Because you see, as I could hear him, it is becoming more sensitive to how you talk. Exactly. And do you know, sir? I did my research within the days. This in Tampesi and I came out with one thing that they are saying, sir. So what can say in Tampesi na ebubowa? The fine is 100,000 Ghana cedis before class said who a joint travel. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Anyhow.
You know. We are waiting for tomorrow. Anything.
Minji said Obia or wire more work on it than you. To be honest with you, and I'm not saying this because you're part of the team and
Okay.
To be honest with you, I've been scouting the internet. I've seen people, but the case will be a washer that to the I deep dive research. Any lawyers near Kasa except that meaning so only the other lawyer in Swakasa, meaning so only lawyer Kusi Kasai. Only the other lawyer in Swakasa.
The other lawyer they so far I've been on the near PMO court. The near PMO court on just 31st year. That is a bush penny in the ano. Well, no, and now for the bush penny in a court, I paid the withdraw. So this week we will find time. Yes, this week you better try any one also.
We keep talking about
yeah, this week or no, so you better try any one also near you on also side. If say a bebuam or no, so I share with whatever be a man a chief for natural phone. So if educational purpose in tea, that is the reason why I always do and I want to go get to the right source near TSM because you cannot retract what you say out there. The impacts, whether negative or positive, okay, be a effort. So BBR now can be an our sale kind and make your checks and sign will be become water. So as you said, we are waiting there. The lawyer no on the other party now see everyone is able to pay no the lawyer no the Benyan district near a dinkum on a channel so dear it's not the end of the Yankopon. I am much interested in that because I could pay him there a moon seminar and no week you be who the ever call. And you know, respect to the memory of Rastafari. Yes,
yes, now, answer about synergy. Last quick one. Kai amount for said the 40th day Adua. I'm saying, and away, the 40th day Adua, the funeral rites. I know a year for our beloved departed Dr. Muhammad bin Abdallah. The family and the mission share 40-day Adua and the final rites now. Ama Dr. Abdallah. And no, Ebekoso, National Theatre of Ghana.
Okay.
National Theatre of Ghana. Honor, Yebeye Sa, Yebedisa Jumano. And Ebekoso Ada Sunday, 16th November. Mefan is a baby because 2 weeks from and there. And side might be the basso. Yeah, can say I should force a day update ever. Yeah, but your home audience said in the money be a benya connection. And see, since the Bianca with the best now we
all right. Okay.
Yeah, ne akahon yeja wofa yadamfo Dr. Muhammad bin Abdallah Ekwan. Synergy.
Do you know, sir, the picture now they are just no? I say, here's the last pa.
Ampo.
That's the reason why I didn't get the searching him. I thought it was him.
Say okay, yeah. And I'm a
wow.
Look, Nana, I am a lecturer. I was school. In fact, my master's program, I was in School of Performing Arts. I'm a supervisor.
Okay.
I had a personal relationship. Very excellent. If there's ever a man that can be called excellent. Anyhow.
Okay.
Allah, I'm going to cry and see. Yeah.
Okay.
Next week, near and come on more.
All right. Matia, right. Matia, I'll go for your advice.
Okay, bye.
It's a brand new sound for radio.
Culture. All right, Radio Culture, brand new sound for radio, brand new sound for TV, iCulture TV, and Radio Culture. Imperial Media Concepts, no media, old standards. I have any show the basic point. This is where we draw the curtain down on today's show. Thank you very much, everybody who was able to join us. And spread the word. Spread the word. My name is Kwesi, a son back. When I come in peace, I come not to please. Thank you for joining today's show. Nana Ansako, thank you very much for the feedback, as you do always. Thank you so much. The audio issue it caught us by surprise. We did notice halfway through the show that we were having issues with the audio. Unfortunately, when we checked in with the tech team, the only way we could resolve it was to truncate the show and get in there and find out what's going on, which I wasn't very comfortable doing, being as we could kind of half hear what was going on. I opted to go with that. So apologies, sincere apologies. Nana, but I said but we will fix that definitely before next week's show. Thank you so much once again for watching the show. My name is Kwesi Sonbako. I'm out. Thank you.